Live from the Hyatt Regency in Atlanta, Georgia. Welcome everyone to a forum where hope is our driving force. Hope inspires action, innovation, and impact. Welcome to the 2023 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. Together, we're making the case for optimism.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Stevenson High School in Stone Mountain, Georgia, the nationally renowned Sonic Sound Marching Band.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Lawson. I do credit and money management and small business coaching here at Operation Hope. I'm located in Atlanta. So my experience of being a credit and money management coach came from really and truly my own experiences dealing with my own credit and money management. I can say that I was not taught about credit reports, credit scores as a youth because my parents did not know much about their credit until they became an adult. And so once I went through the training that was offered through Operation Hope, and I began to learn more about how credit and money works, because understanding that money is a tool first and foremost is really, really important. So as I educate myself more, I'm able to help my clients more. And they don't know that they're really helping me as well, because it really just reaffirms that I am truly walking in my purpose. And that's what I view it as. Coaching is part of my purpose. I'm optimistic about the future, particularly for minorities. I see real growth happening in these communities. I see businesses growing. I see businesses starting to thrive. I'm very optimistic about what that will mean for this world in 30 years. I'm optimistic about Operation Hope and the growth that will continue to happen.
Please welcome Operation Hope's President of Operations, Mr. Lance Triggs.
Woo! How's everybody doing? Wait a minute. This is the 2023 Hope Global Forums. How are y'all doing? Are you ready to have a good time? All right. How was the Sonic Sound Marching Band? Do you think they were groovy? That's right. They were on point. Took me back 40-something years when I was in the drum line. That's a great way to start, huh? Everybody's energy up, ready to go? You fired up? Awesome. Well, again, welcome to the 2023 Hope Global Forum here in the great city of Atlanta. We're extremely excited about the show we're going to put on for you over the next 3 days. So hope you're going to be here for the entire time. If so, buckle your seatbelts. Now, before we get the show on the road, it's so important for me to acknowledge some of our premier sponsors, because without them, there's no Hope Global Forum. So I want to take a couple of seconds just to acknowledge them. And so I first want to start with Huntington Bank. Let's give them a round of applause. I see you, Stacy. Also, one of our 1 Million Black Business Initiatives partners. Also, MasterCard. Is MasterCard in the house? That's right. And is Purple Rain in the house? Truist. Woo! Bring it to Army. And then last but not least, one of our long-standing partners from way back. They've been with us for many, many years when we've been doing the Hope Global Forum. And so, without further ado, let's give Wells Fargo a round of applause. I see you over there. That's right. So thank our sponsors, premium sponsors, and all of our sponsors, because, again, without them, we're not able to do this. We're not able to put on this type of event for all of you. And so, are you ready to get the show on the road? All right. Well, please welcoming to the stage the United States Acting Comptroller of the Currency, the Honorable Michael Sue, and our founder and chairman of Operation Hope, John Hope Bryant. Let's get the show on the road.
Oh, no. The Bible suggests be hot or be cold. If you're lukewarm, I'll spat you out. Translation, even God is not like mediocrity. You're going to do it with both feet. Be passionate or be nothing. You can't get half pregnant. I guess some people can. One more time. After all the energy my team put in to hosting 5,200 leaders from 40 states in the largest meeting for financial inclusion in the world, good evening. Thank you. Dr. George Fraser in the house. So there's a lot of luminaries here, a lot of heroes and sheroes. Thank you all for coming. Everybody here is a star. I'm with a star. My friend Michael Sue is the comptroller of the currency. That may not mean much to most of you when I say it, but let me contextualize it. There's about $15 trillion, well, he regulates about $15 trillion of banking assets. About 70 cents of every dollar in the banking system in the largest economy in the world is regulated and overseen by him. J.B. Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, help me out, Citigroup, all the big money players roll up through the OCC. This is important for several reasons, present and historical. If the Justice Department protected the civil rights movement in the streets in the 1960s, what I call the Second Reconstruction, then the banking regulators protect underserved communities and their interests in the suites, in what I call the civil rights movement, from the streets to the suites, from civil rights to civil rights. The banking regulators, the OCC, the Federal Reserve, CFPB, the FDIC, if I missed one of the, all under Treasury Department, and we have the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, Wale Adeyemo, who will also be here. These are the institutions that will ensure that the banking system works for all of God's children. And making more context for your involvement, Michael, Comptroller, the Freedmen's Bank, as you heard me talk about often, Abraham Lincoln signed it in the law, 1865, March 3rd. Frederick Douglass ran it when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated in April of 1865. That bank was an OCC bank. It was regulated and closed formally by the OCC, the only regulator ever in the history of this country to win a Nobel Peace Prize was an OCC regulator. I believe it was tied to how they dealt with one of the wars. You'll give me some of that history. There's so much history with the OCC and underserved communities, and now one of the big jobs you have is CRA, Community Reinvestment Act. But before we get to that, Michael, and there's two things I want to talk about in particular, the Project Reach, but I want to come back a minute. The last time you and I were on stage, you called me, and we were both frustrated about something. This is going back now almost 2 years. Can you tell the audience what that topic was and how it turned out? It is on. Hold on, make sure that Michael is live. Can you use my mic? One more time.
How about now? Nope. Okay, all right, a little bit. So, okay, good. Thank you. Sorry. So I had reached out to John.
I was about to get undressed.
I had reached out to John a couple years ago when crypto was rising. And one of the things that caught my attention very early on, there are some stats, some surveys showing that the owners of crypto were disproportionately people of color, people who are young, and people who are underbanked.
Sorry, the secondary owners of crypto.
Well, right. But there was a lot of interest.
Yeah.
And that worried me and us because there were a lot of risks with crypto. And this is back in 2021 when everyone was just kind of going to the moon. And we saw some risks. And the first question is why? Why are folks who are younger, who are underbanked, communities of color so interested in crypto? And part of it was there was a lot of distrust of the traditional banking and finance system.
Yeah.
Right? Traditional banks had left a lot of communities behind. And I think that's something we've talked about.
Yeah.
And part of CRA is to remedy that. It's really to address that. But you had a lot of folks saying, hey, traditional banking has not served me and my community, and there's this thing over here, let me go do that. And so I understand that, but we saw a lot of risk with it. So we wanted to have this conversation. Is this healthy or not for communities of color, folks who are trying to get stood up? And I think our conclusion was there's a lot of risk there. There's an awful lot of risk there.
And I would say some players preyed on people of color and underserved communities because the presumption was, right or wrong, they were less sophisticated, financially, not as financially literate, maybe more emotional. Whenever you make an emotional decision, it's the wrong decision. But you educated me. You blew me away. We were on the phone one day, and you said, because people were pushing back to me saying, oh, crypto is fine. These cryptos are very successful. And can you tell the audience how many cryptocurrencies were created and how many of them failed?
I mean, thousands. Tens of thousands were created. Many of them became totally worthless.
Most of them became totally worthless.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a half dozen that are marketable. You can trade them. Bitcoin.
Ether.
So blockchain technology is brilliant, and I think it will survive. But most of these cryptocurrencies imploded with taking people's money with it.
Yeah. At its peak, the crypto market had a market cap of about $3 trillion. This is towards the end of 2021. And then in 2022, you saw a whole series of collapses and implosions and fraud and scams and things like that eventually collapsed most of that down to $1 trillion. Now, I should say, it's coming back. And so I think there is going to be another wave of FOMO, as Bitcoin goes up again. I think folks are a little bit smarter about it.
Yep.
Hopefully.
Yep.
And again, we're not, within the OCC, we are technology agnostic.
Yep.
What we care about is risk. What we really care about is risk. There are risky things. They can be done safely and soundly, but you need controls, you need risk management, you need all those things. And crypto is one of those spaces where you need a lot of controls to do it right.
Yeah, I think that you don't tell, I'm not telling people not to do crypto. I'm saying don't do it with your rent money.
Yeah.
Did I get something wrong?
No, that's right. That's right.
It's sort of like it's sort of like a cross between Las Vegas and a gym membership. I mean, it's sexy, it's interesting, but it's as good as you use it.
Yeah.
And there's no assets underneath them. And a couple of the cryptocurrencies are now using the U.S. currency to peg the dollar, to peg the value of the cryptocurrency. And by the way, for those who are uneducated or forgot, they want you to forget, the U.S. dollar is what they were supposedly running away from when they did all this, because it was after 2008 when you had this economic crisis. People didn't trust traditional banking and Wall Street, as they have every right. It was a huge disappointment.
Well, and the criticisms of banks are valid.
Yeah.
I want to make super clear. This is not a get out of jail free card for banks.
Yeah.
Banks need to do better. Period. They need to do better in terms of inclusion, in terms of fairness, financial access, all of those things. And so when I talk to bankers about crypto, I try to emphasize, okay, right, the banking system dodged a bullet by not having crypto create contagion within the banking system, but now we have work to do within the banking industry to make sure, between CRA, Project Reach, all the things that we spend a lot of time on.
And by the way, full disclosure, I've got crypto in my own house. My wife, Shatra, who's here, is an investor in crypto. She loves it and has made money at it, and she keeps rubbing my nose in it. So I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying don't spend your rent money on it. Don't use money you actually have to use for your livelihood on it. If you got some extra money and you want to speculate, then this is as legitimate a speculation as anything else. And some of them will turn out to be very good investments, if you want to call it that. There are a lot of things that you should consider, but I want you financially literate, and then once you're financially literate, make all the decisions you want. Let's now pivot. So thank you for that. We brought attention to it. We warned people about a crash. A crash came right after we warned people of it. And we had a lot of those who are in crypto came to us thanking us and saying this needs to be regulated. I actually think it'll be more valuable once it's regulated. It's a whole nother conversation. Every other investment, you correct me if I'm wrong, every other thing that got regulated became more valuable. Banking became regulated, became more valuable. The stock market became more regulated, became more valuable. Bonds became more regulated, became more valuable. Am I off base here?
Well, because, so, each of these markets is a little bit different. I can talk about banks.
Yeah.
Why does that work? Because the regulation helps achieve trust. At the end of the day...
Yeah, I'm not supporting regulation.
At the end of the day, but John, this is an important point. Trust doesn't come out of nowhere.
That's right.
Right? And if you leave entities to their own devices, sometimes they'll build that trust and sometimes they won't. In a lot of the non-banking world, it's totally fine. That's capitalism. That's how corporate capitalism works. Within banking, we've got to make sure that trust has to be maintained. Otherwise, you have runs, you have contagion, you have panic. That hurts everybody. And so part of the reason we have these regulations is to make sure you guys don't have to worry about your money. That's my job. That's what we're trying to do. And that way, that enables all the things that you're trying to achieve through Project Hope, is to try to work off of a really solid foundation.
So let's talk about Project Reach. Yeah. Let's get deep. People are concerned about interest rates. Yeah. Can I get an amen? Folks got too much month at the end of their money. The interest rates is concerning them. I think let's give them some context for that. They're concerned about is the economy healthy? Are banks healthy? Are rising interest rates means that they shouldn't buy a home? Does it mean they shouldn't invest? Should they sit on their hands? Is the economy in trouble? I mean, just lean into it as you see fit.
So I can talk about the banking system. So the banking system is sound. That I can say. We had a bit of there was some turmoil this past March. Since then, banks, supervisors, regulators have really gotten on top of things. Banking system is sound right now, which is good. Rates are up. And I think one thing that we've forgotten a bit, this is a bit more of a normalized rate environment.
That's right.
We've gone through a really long, unusual period of low interest rates.
Yeah.
That's highly unusual. This is more of a normalized environment. Back in the 70s, you had double-digit interest rates.
It was like 14% interest rates.
Even higher.
It was 18. I think the highest was 18%, like 1989 or something like that. Yeah. So, free money is pretty rare.
Yeah.
And you're probably not going to see 1, 2, 3% interest rates again in your lifetime. I don't know about you, but in like late 21, I was refinancing everything I had. I think I refinanced my nephew. He's here somewhere. I'm like, this party is going to end. You go far enough to the North Pole, you end up south. And we have never seen that kind of cheap money before, and I don't think we're going to see it since. But but 6-7% is actually normal.
And what it requires is you have to be especially financially literate. When interest rates are low, when they're basically zero, you can get away with a lot of things without putting a lot of time and thought and effort into it. Now you got to think through, what am I going to do with my money? How am I going to save? How am I going to pay my bills? How am I going to borrow for the things that I want and need right now? How am I going to retire? How am I going to build wealth? All of that becomes a bit more complicated when rates are elevated. But I think that's the job we have to do. That's on us to make sure that folks have that financial literacy, and that the banking system is providing the right services and products to folks so they can realize those things.
Yeah. We're almost out of time. In fact, I think we are out of time. That went real fast. But what I want to get to in a couple minutes here is what you're doing with Project Reach.
Yeah.
Your team, Gravetta and Andrew and all the folks at the OCC who are working so hard at this. Why should it matter to us? And let me just say this. There are very few times were being black or Latino, or I'll even give you a pass, Asian, well, no, you're just rich, so I'm sorry. But are being poor whites, there's more poor whites than poor anybody else. There's very few times that being in these categories is actually an advantage. Community Reinvestment Act is one of them.
Yeah.
People don't realize about $500 billion a year, $500 billion a year gets reinvested or invested by FDIC-insured banks in underserved neighborhoods from investment, lending, and service. It's one of the few times where being in these categories actually can be an advantage. And you actually, if you hit all the marks, you can actually get access to a type of capital that mainstream wealthy and successful people cannot get. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I mean, so the whole point, so the history on this is really important. Not that long ago, redlining was a thing.
Yep.
And redlining was started by the government.
Did not come from banks. Redlining came from the government.
Started by the government, enacted by banks.
FHA.
Where they were basically just avoiding entire areas. And so the CRA was passed in 1977 as part of a whole package of civil rights legislation. Equal Credit Opportunity Act, Fair Housing Act, CRA. All of that is to address that, is to say, okay, that is unacceptable, and the banking system needs to make credit available to everybody, period, right? So that's the genesis, that's the statute, that's what the statute says. How do we do that? That's the really hard part. So we've had CRA rules to implement that for some time. The last time they were updated was 1995. That's a long time ago, right? 95, you didn't have a smartphone, online banking was barely a thing. So now you fast forward to today, and what we recently passed, OCC, Fed, FDIC, we modernized and we strengthened the CRA. So we had to modernize it to make sure that online banking, digital, all of this is now included. It's all covered. And we wanted to strengthen it because banks need to do more. It's got to be more, and they got to do it better. Because sometimes it's not just the dollars. Sometimes you really need something that's responsive to a community. What does the community need? And we want to make sure that that is built in there. It's a complicated rule. It's a long rule, but it's the right rule. It's
Everybody should read it.
Well,
well, the summary.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, you should.
Is there anything you want in summary for them to know about Project Reach or anything else you're doing?
So what I love about Project Reach is, often as a regulator, we sit across the table from banks, those we regulate, or other stakeholders. With Project Reach, we basically put everyone on the same side of the table. And we said, OCC, we're going to convene. We're going to provide some coffee. It's not that good, but it's enough to bring people in. Yeah. And you bring the folks in, and you say, what are the top barriers to financial inclusion? Let's discuss that. That was decided by the group. Credit Invisibles, affordable home ownership, small businesses, minority depository institutions. Those are the four main ones. What are we going to do to solve it? So everyone's working together collectively to say, what can we do to basically jumpstart, prime the pump, to put those ideas into play that can really make real accelerated progress on that. And what's really exciting is in the beginning there was a lot of talk. I mean, you got to think things through. Now we're turning to action. Yep. And to me, that's the most exciting part. Is that okay? So we move beyond the talk. Let's put these things into practice. There's 45 million people without a credit score. They pay their rent. They pay
45 million people without a credit score.
That was the latest CFPB report on that. So a lot of folks, they pay their rent, they pay their utilities, they're credit worthy, but they're not in the system.
Yep.
So there's a number of banks who've kind of partnered through Project Reach to get kind of these second chance cards using cash flow data from their bank account. It's things like that which are really exciting, and we need to do more of it.
So everybody, you know the logo for Jay-Z, you know the logo for Dave Chappelle, you know the logo for your favorite artists, and if you're all the NFL logos for the teams. As you're walking through the hallways, I want you to find somebody who's got that logo on their lapel and build a relationship with them. It's all about relationship capital. And if you hang around 9 broke people, you'll be the 10th. I need you to start meeting new people. I need you to start understanding who they are. Get their business card. Send them a follow-up note. And I want you to join me. This is the most important national banking regulator for the biggest economy in the world, who came to Atlanta on a Sunday night to speak to you directly. Join me in saying thank you to Michael Sue.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, this is Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, and I'm pleased to greet you during the 2023 Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. I'm deeply honored to serve as the co-chair for this event alongside a profound global leader like Ambassador Andrew Young and a true champion of economic inclusion, Operation Hope founder and CEO John Hope Bryant. This year's theme, Making the Case for Optimism, represents a call to action for all of us. And as we share this space, engaging in dialogues that will help shape and advance our society, I encourage you to reflect on the power of optimism. Think about the incredible impact we can make together through collective action that echoes through the halls of business, government, and communities worldwide. Let's make optimism a part of our legacy. On behalf of the people of Atlanta, thank you for your inspiring work and valued partnership.
So far, so good. All right, we're just getting started here. We're just getting started. Well, we have a very special person with us tonight who serves on the Operation Hope Global Board of Advisors. She's also the former CFO for Square and currently the Chief Executive Officer of Nextdoor. Please welcome, let's give a round of applause and a great welcome to Sarah Frier and founder chairman of Operation Hope, John Hope Bryant.
Sarah Frier is a bad sister. And I mean sister, S-I-S-T-A. She's from, she has lineage from Ireland, right?
Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland.
Yep, different country.
So she knows hoods.
Yeah.
You guys are a tough audience. Y'all know there's problems in Northern Ireland.
We've gotten through them, but yeah.
Well, you're getting through
them.
them.
For a long time,
yes.
Yep.
And Sarah goes back often, but her family, her history, she's part of the solution there. And I think that my sense is that your compassion and empathy for people who are invisible, and we've never had this conversation, but my guess is it comes from the fact that you saw people in Northern Ireland who were invisible, didn't have a voice. Before I get to that and you, let me just say a couple things. Sarah's probably one of the 100 most influential women in business in America. Just pull up her name. She's on every list. Don't trust me. Yeah, she's on every list. She was at major investment houses. She was a senior executive with Mark at Salesforce. Mark meaning the founder, Benioff. She was the chief financial officer at Square for Jack Dorsey, who created Square and Twitter. A billionaire, brilliant, and of course she's now CEO of Nextdoor. But let me peel that back for a minute. When I needed to get to Jack Dorsey to come to speak at the Hope Global Forum, I went to Sarah. And actually, no, I sent Jack Dorsey a note, which I'm sure he would have ignored, but I blind copied Sarah.
That's a John move.
Yes, I ain't playing. And Sarah called me. She picked up the phone and called me. And she said, I see you're trying to connect to Jack. Did he respond to you? Not yet. Let me call him. Let me call him. She calls back and says, when do you want him to speak? Tomorrow.
Also a John move.
Yeah, we're doing a special event just for him. Here's the dates. She says, I'm going to call you back. she calls back and says, well, he's going to be in New York. He's got to do something in New York, but he thinks he might be able to swing back through Atlanta. Give me those dates again. What's the exact time? She's like my broker. So she goes back and she cuts this deal between me and Jack Dorsey. And yes, Jack Dorsey, the history book shows, he came here, he took the stage, he spoke, he took a tour of the community, went to Rice to visit the Entrepreneurship Academy there, and all this stuff. But none of that would have happened if Sarah Frier hadn't made the call. Hold on a minute. So then we get to the pandemic, and the economy shuts down. Everything shuts down. And I'm a little distressed. And Sarah calls me. How you doing? Well, I'm doing fine. My middle name's Hope. We'll be okay. She said, well, Hope probably needs a little cash flow. Can I send you some money? Heck yeah. So Sarah and her husband, David Riley, I thought she was going to spend send me a couple grand, which I would have been appreciated. They wire us $100,000. Personal money. No company, no foundation, no press release, no drama. No one would know it unless I just told you. It wasn't about the money. She knew at that time that I needed some inspiration. I needed some encouragement. She knew the world was on my shoulders. I'm trying to help everybody else. Not many people calling to help me. She called me and said, we want to send you a little gift. Did it, bounced, went about her business. A couple years later, I'm launching a new initiative, the 1865 Project, that builds upon the Freedmen's Bank. And everybody in my team is wondering, well, has John lost it? Not sure if anybody wants a new membership program. And I needed to get this thing off to a right. I remember exactly where I was when I called you. I was in Cannes. People say Cannes. I call it Cannes. I was in Cannes, France, and you were in another part of Europe. And I called you. You answered. You didn't block my call. And I asked you about this initiative I wanted to launch. I had launched, actually, and I wanted your opinion. And you gave me your assessment, how to make it better. And you said, once again, would you mind if we help to seed it, to support it? I'd be honored. Once again, they wire $100,000. I love calling Sarah. Again, no press release, no press conference, if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know. And as a result of that, people hearing that Sarah Frier was in, we have subsequently raised $8 million. That's
amazing.
Just from that initiative. In 3 months' time.
Amazing.
You now run the largest network of largest network of neighborhoods and communities in the world.
Yeah.
It's not like you don't have enough to do. Then you've got a nonprofit that's helping women to come up. And your husband's working with me with this corporate inclusion initiative to get blacks and minorities on boards of directors, which we're going to launch during the forum and so on. Why do you care so much?
I care.
And are you black? Because you're really cool.
Well, first of all, Orlando, thank you for welcoming me with Irish weather. Well done. I appreciate you all. Number two, I do it because of people like everyone sitting in this room. Because you all care. You all make shit happen all the time.
That was fun.
But often, people don't show up for you. And you're right. I grew up in a tiny community in Northern Ireland, a farming community on the border. We had the troubles. Like, I saw bombs go off. I saw someone get shot. I lived that life for the first 25 years of my life, in fact. And it did change.
You saw somebody get shot?
My view.
You did grow up in a black neighborhood.
It changed my view of what it meant when you got to a point in your life where you could have impact to make sure that you show up, you step up every day. I love that saying about when you make it to the table, the first thing you do is you stand up, you turn around, you stick out your hand, and you pull someone up there with you. And it's because of people like John that I get the energy and the motivation to do that. So thank you.
I'm honored. And I'm honored to be on your board, by the way.
Yes.
And you're on our board.
And vice versa.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And she knew about this. She found out about we wanted to talk to her about 4 days ago and changed her schedule to fly in to be here. And she has to fly back out tonight.
I'm going the round trip to California, but it is completely worth it. And it's worth it because of communities like this. John said it. Nextdoor is the largest neighborhood network in the world. We're in 11 countries, 315,000 neighborhoods, 88 million neighbors on the platform. But we really want to keep showing up. So actually, one of the things I want to do tonight, which John doesn't know about, but we are launching a program in 2024. But this is the sneak peek, and people bring it in. Don't go tweeting it or anything, or Xing it, whatever you do today. You can put it on Nextdoor, though. We love that. But we are launching something called our AMP program. AMP is about amplifying communities that typically don't get their voices heard. So I'm going to post about it tonight on my social, on places like LinkedIn. But we would love you to come, find out more. But it's really about finding the influencers in local communities. Because what you realize, it's not the fancy pants people, right, that have the big titles. It's the local pastor. It's the local high school football coach. It's, in my case, my mom, the local district nurse who everyone came to. And so we're trying to lift those voices, which you can only do at a local level, and we're going to do it through a program called AMP. So I'm pretty excited to get that out there tonight, too.
Nice, very nice.
You're welcome.
and if you were trying to whisper that into the world, this was the wrong place to do it. We'll probably get 5 million views over a week. So sorry about that.
That's
tweet
not
away. And I say tweet. Y'all get that later. So I want to get underneath it a little bit more. Why did you decide to come? You're a rock star. You could have gone and worked for any place else. I know personally that you're getting phone calls right now for you to do this and do that and the other thing. But you decided to commit to Nextdoor, which, by the way, everybody's found their lost dog on Nextdoor, or sold a shovel or something.
It's important.
But there's so many more uses for a network of neighborhoods and communities in the world. And my guess is there's a deeper meaning for why you did this. But another Sarah Frier unique moment, she called me during the pandemic, and I remember the exact moment. I was on a conference call, and she said, "Can I talk to you for a minute? Can you think about this? I'm taking over the CEO role, but it's too white."
Yeah, literally.
And would you mind coming on our board? And I'm looking for a couple other strong candidates. And she went and got Andrea.
Wisham.
Andrea.
Wisham.
Yeah, Wisham.
Amazing. Worked for Oprah
worked for Oprah
30 years.
And she runs a family office for
Skywalker Properties for
Melody Hobson and her husband.
Exactly.
And did I pronounce her first name right?
Yes, Andrea.
And Andrea. And great person. And put us both on her board of your board of directors. Again, all these things that nobody sees. Mm-hmm. And you went out of your way to make sure that the company's ticker was Get us underneath a little bit more in the few minutes we've got.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why do you care so much? It would be so easy to just walk right past the poor, the underserved, the unseen, the unheard, go to your corporate office, go to your house, go to Silicon Valley, go to parties, and never, go to your, why?
Why? I went to Nextdoor, number one, for the purpose. And our purpose is to cultivate a kinder world where everyone has a neighborhood to rely on. And part of the why, you already talked a little bit about Northern Ireland. So I grew up our village was created by the Quakers, actually. And it was the only place in Northern Ireland where Catholics and Protestants lived side by side. That's our divide, religion. We all worship supposedly the same God, but somehow, something happens to cause us to divide. But we lived in this village where people lived side by side. And the first time, you kind of started this talk track, I didn't think I was going here tonight, but the first time a bomb went off in our little village at the local police barracks, our windows of our house got blown in. And the first people through the door were our next door neighbors, who were Catholic, we were Protestant, and they came through the door, it was a big family, and they helped us plywood up our windows. Marcella, the mom, brought us dinner that night. They made sure that we could go to bed in a house that wasn't freezing cold. This was in the winter. And that moment of neighbors, I was like, this is what neighboring is about. Like, you can say finding the lost dog feels, but if you lose your dog, it's like you're losing a child to most people, a member of the family. Like, these are the moments where only local matters. And it can go from a smallish emergency, like I lost my wallet, lost my pet, all the way up to, like, today, one of the most active neighborhoods or areas for next door is Houston. And why is it Houston? It's Houston because of Hurricane Harvey. Because when the hurricane blew in, 911 went down. Literally, the emergency services got so overloaded that the phone system went down. And the mayor got on TV and said, hey, people of Houston, if you need to get saved, if you're stranded or you think someone could be stranded on a rooftop with the waters rising, you need to get on that Nextdoor app, and your neighbors are who come and save you. And when that happens, people come, but then they stick around. But just those moments when you really think about local is the way that we all connect. We build our social fabric. And it doesn't matter what our government says, and it doesn't matter in the moment when those waters are rising. You stick out your hand. You don't say, oh, excuse me, which way do you vote? How do you feel about gun control right now, right? You don't say that. You're like, I gotcha, right? And why can't we be like that all the time? So that's what drives me to that place. Because in the end, I think we all want to have some impact on this world, to be remembered for something. Could be a small thing. Like, even if one person remembers that good that you did, I think that's enough. But if you can force multiply that, you should do that all day, every day. Hell yeah to that. And so that's what drives me.
I adore you as a human being, as a spirit. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. Energy matters. Shatra and I love your energy. Yeah. We think that you are a role model.
Thank you.
For humanity.
I appreciate it very much.
You have gotten, leadership is a lonely road, and eagles don't fly in packs. And you've never seen a flock of eagles, and eagles oftentimes get shot at. People are jealous, they're envious, they don't understand you, but they can't do better. But they'll complain, they'll criticize. I like what you're doing much better than what other people are not doing. I want you to keep doing it.
Thank you, John.
I wanted to bring you out here so that I could show you off for the world. You called me about Derek, the president of the NAACP, because you want to partner with the NAACP. Yeah. I think Derek will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we just actually launched our latest foundation grants from Nextdoor in conjunction with the NAACP. They help us go find those amazing businesses and just the stories of those businesses. I'm now interrupting you, who normally has a lot to say.
All good.
So one example with this amazing business founded by, it's a heart-wrenching story, young man who's incarcerated as a teen, but into an adult prison. So they put him in solitary to keep him safe. How ridiculous is our system that happens? The way he stayed alive, his mom could see that he was fading. She made sure that every single day of his incarceration, he got a letter in the mail from her. Sometimes a photograph, sometimes a card, whatever it was. So when he got out, he created a business that is literally that. How do you show people who are in the system love every single day? And he employs people who are coming out. But that's the sort of business you want to go fund. Like, how do we get funding down at that level, grassroots level? So thank you, because your introduction to Derek got us to do this foundation with our Kind Foundation to get money in at that grassroots level. And there's more to come. We're actually about to launch next year something that's even more grassrootsy. So we want to get out to 1,000 community activists, get them small grants to get going at a hyper-local level.
One last question. Why Operation Hope?
Oh, I almost don't have an answer because it's so obvious. Like, why not? I mean, it's amazing. I love, first of all, I was just talking backstage, I like that you do it in real life. Like, I truly believe fundamentally, like, human-to-human connection is the most important. So I love things like your Hope Inside. I love that you care about things like financial literacy. But I love that you stretch and have this big aspiration. I mean, people, this week, the next couple of days, you're going to see the who's who. Like, you just saw the head of the OCC, but you're going to see Sam Altman. You're going to see just these incredible individuals. And someone who can stretch from, like, human one-to-one touch at a local level to that sort of inspiration, that's how I want to back. So I'm backing this man, but I'm backing this organization, because every single person I've met along the way in Operation Hope, just they're the people you want to be with. So thank you.
Well, I've got much respect and love for you. I know you got to go and to get a plane to catch, and I didn't see this at this moment. You are definitely an honorary sister. Girlfriend's got green.
Irish green.
Irish green.
Although my Manny's not that good, so please don't point it out on stage.
Isn't it nice to meet a good human? And I am honored today to present to Sarah Frier, in recognition of your dedicated support for the work of Operation Hope and longtime advocacy for empowering women in their professional journey and underserved people everywhere as small business owners, entrepreneurs, and executives, the Chairman's Hope Award presented this day at the Hope Global Forum. Join me in saying thank you to Sarah Frier.
Thanks, love. You're amazing.
You're amazing.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
We're honored.
The best.
All right.
Thanks very much.
She's on a plane, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all.
An individual's sense of belonging and trust are such important factors when we think about removing barriers to financial inclusion. And that's one of the reasons why we've decided to collaborate with Operation Hope. Operation Hope is a national nonprofit focused on economic empowerment through financial education and financial coaching to help historically marginalized communities really gain control of their financial stability and achieve their financial goals. Through this program, we've been able to help hundreds of clients so far to increase their savings, reduce their debt, improve their credit, and get on a successful financial health journey so that they can realize their dreams. Of the clients served, 75% increased savings by a median of $558. 64% improved their credit by 10 points, and 31% reduced their debt by a median of over $2,000. Those are situation-changing numbers for a lot of households. Wells Fargo is excited to announce that we will be expanding our relationship with Operation Hope and bringing more Hope Inside centers to communities across the country. In addition to our commitment to have 20 Hope Inside centers by the end of 2023, we're going to be growing to 50 Hope Inside centers by 2026. This way we can bring Hope Inside to more communities, to more individuals, to more families, so that they can achieve the financial stability and financial freedom that we all deserve. So thank you, Operation Hope, for all that you do to advance financial literacy and the financial well-being of historically marginalized communities across the country. And we couldn't think of a better organization to collaborate with.
All right. Sometimes I have hard hearing. Did I hear her say 50? Hope Inside? Let's give Wells Fargo a round of applause for that. All right. Well, before I formally introduce Darlene, it was an honor and a blessing for me to be with her in Oakland, California last week as part of our great grand opening that we had. So thank you, Wells Fargo. And so without further ado, I'd like to welcome the head of philanthropy and community impact and the president of the Wells Fargo Foundation, my friend Darlene Goins and John Hope Bryant.
So I believe this is new news because I think it was just formally announced 2 days ago, even though I knew a week or two ago and I did not spill the beans, even though I got a big mouth. 2 days ago, one of the biggest banks in the world, whatever's in your program about who Darlene is wrong. 2 days ago, Wells Fargo announced the first ever black woman to be president of the Wells Fargo Foundation, Darlene Goins.
Thank you. Thank you.
When I called Darlene, she wanted to hang the phone up on me the first time I talked to her.
He's not lying.
She didn't know me. I didn't know her. This was several years ago, and I was very frustrated with the bank. And with the foundation, sorry. And I didn't think they got me. I don't think we like ships passing in the night. They weren't listening very well. And I was in no mood for a PR conversation. And so she gets on the phone, and I'm sure she's used to people and she was giving out the money. She was at the foundation. She left. She went to go run the Banking Inclusion Initiative and some other fancy job before she got this one. But she was important. And you didn't want to upset her if you wanted a check. And I upset her. I told her exactly what was on my mind. I had written it off before I got on the phone. But I think for her, she loves the data. And she loves facts. And she knew that I was not selling wolf tickets. And, well, I'm being presumptuous now because we actually never had this part of the conversation. Why didn't you just hang the phone up on me?
Well, you are John Hope Bryant. I wasn't going to hang the phone up on you. But I did ask you some very difficult questions because I wanted to see the proof. I wanted to see the outcomes. I wanted to see the impact. Yeah. Data is very important to me, and so I wanted to see the numbers.
And when I showed you the numbers, that satisfied you that this was real.
Well, I said, okay, I'll test you out.
Right. Yes. Yes. So this then, Melody Hobson has a great quote. I love math because it doesn't have an opinion.
Right.
And what I knew, and again, by the way, in this conversation, I wasn't rude. I wasn't obnoxious. I didn't raise my voice. It was not a continuous conversation. I wasn't trying to get her to like me.
You had had enough.
I'd had enough.
You had had enough.
And by the way, this was a long time ago before
before COVID.
Before COVID, yeah. I just felt like we got pushed around, and so I was just like, okay, if you're over me, I'm over you.
And you hadn't even met me.
And I hadn't met you, no. And I didn't know you were a sister. I didn't know anything. So Mary Airsom, who's here, got me on the phone with you, and we had this conversation. And to your credit, you listened, and you took it all in, and you asked hard questions, and I answered them, and you treated me with respect and the organization with the dignity it deserved. And by the end of that conversation, we had a friendship. Mm-hmm. And it was based on something real.
Yes.
And then there was a follow-up conversation. Then you asked for more data. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now plans to be in over 100 Wells Fargo banks over time, and there's some successive announcements coming. But that initial conversation of getting into, I can't stress how serious this is. Money center banks are different from regional banks, super regionals, from community banks. These are all different categories of asset size and importance. Systemically important banks are called money center banks. and there's Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Citi.
Couple of others.
Couple others. She doesn't want to mention them. she's Wells Fargo. And then you have the super originals right underneath that, in Truist and so on, in U.S. Bank, et cetera. And we had made it up the ladder from community banks to regional banks to First Horizon, all these other banks, and the super regionals. But we had not made it to money center banks. We're the only nonprofit ever allowed to operate inside of a bank branch in U.S. history. Thank you. But we had not made it into, at this point, a money center bank. And about the same time, two banks did it at the same time, but Darlene was the key to getting us into Wells Fargo, getting us approved, and she said, with none of my help, why do one when you can do three? Why do three when you do 30? We end up, how many did you launch?
So far, we have 18 Hope Inside centers and branches around the country.
And yes, and
that's just in 18 months?
In 18 months.
Yeah.
But this is the power of somebody who is authentic, who's real, who doesn't leave their identity at home when they come to work. She comes with her whole self. And there's her, and there's Christy, and there's Kara, and there's all these powerful women at the bank. But I want to say thank you to you publicly, because for all that people say about me, whatever, and I know Charlie, and I love Charlie, and Bill Daly, and all, but your new chief banking officer is fantastic. But this wouldn't have happened without you. Why? Why did you care?
So when we were coming out of the pandemic, we saw that the pandemic had an uneven impact on communities of color. And so we felt like, as one of the largest community banks in the country, we could use our size, our scale, our resources, and relationships to really make a difference. And so one of the things that we did, I joined a group of leaders from across the enterprise to create what became the Banking Inclusion Initiative, because we saw that with the pandemic, the economic impact payments first went to people who had bank account information on file at the IRS. So if you didn't have a bank account, you had to wait for that lifeline of support.
Right.
And so we felt like we could do more. And so we created the Banking Inclusion Initiative. We launched it in May 2021, and we focus on increasing access to low-cost bank products for un- and underbanked individuals. It doesn't have to be a bank account with Wells Fargo. It could be other providers. We do a lot of work with MDIs, with CDFIs, with some fintechs that are socially responsible fintechs. But we want people to get access to the mainstream banking system. And then the other piece of that that's really important is making financial education and guidance more accessible. And so when we thought about that part, I couldn't think of a better partner than Operation Hope to do that with. And so I made the pitch to bring Hope Inside to Wells Fargo branches. We started with a commitment of 5, and we quickly expanded that to get to 20 by the end of this year, which we will get to. And then now we're going to go to 50 by the end of 2026.
Boom. Boom. And I guess I'm thinking about the 100, that's because of the hub and spoke.
Exactly.
Because of the hub and spoke, we can get to 100 branches.
Yeah, we already are serving, I think, around 85 branches with those 18 Hope Insides.
So the 18 Hope Insides allow us to then pivot to the other branches.
Exactly.
By extension.
Exactly.
And Saul Van
Beurden, yes,
is the new chief
executive officer.
Yeah,
he's the CEO for consumer small and business.
And he's also been fantastic. But again, she wasn't interested in the credit. It wasn't about her. It was no ego. She's just trying to get it done. This care and concern that you have has to be where you grew up, how you grew up. You had to have some good parents.
Yes.
So tell us about that real quickly.
So I'm a PK. My dad...
Preacher's kid, for those who don't know.
Yes, sorry, a preacher's kid. So my dad was a United Methodist minister, and so I got to see the impacts that he was having on communities through his service. And that sort of instilled in me the need to also give service in some way, shape, or form.
You're so serious all the time. What is
you make me laugh all the time.
That's what I was talking about. What is unique about every one of our conversations?
You make me laugh hysterically.
Because people in these positions, they're under so much pressure. It's so stressful. And there's not a lot of people who look like her. That I always try to just lighten the load a little bit, a little levity, and because I know how lonely it is to sit in that seat. And what a wonderful journey from where you came from to where you are.
Yes. Thank you.
So Charlie's a good guy.
He is.
Charlie Scharf, the CEO, I think he's a good guy, and I think you guys are turning the corner, and I see sunlight on the other side. And there's a lot of people of color now at the bank. Christy Frier, who is now part of the C-suite.
Yeah.
There are other people, including yourself now, that have been elevated so that you're visible. What makes you hopeful? First of all, I've said that this is a moment. It's a historic moment, but history doesn't feel historic when you're sitting in it. I call it the third Reconstruction, from civil rights to civil rights in the suites. Do you agree that it's a historical moment? Or if not, why? If so, why? And what do you want to do? What do you intend to do with this moment?
So I agree, it is. And I love the theme of this event, the case for optimism. I am super optimistic about where Wells Fargo is going under Charlie's leadership. He's a good guy. He's committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. He and I
have had tough conversations. He's been very good about it.
He created Christy Frier's position. She's the head of diverse segments representation and inclusion for the entire bank. She reports to him. She's a part of the operating committee, and she has connection points into each of our 5 lines of business. So she has a head of diverse customer segments in our consumer, small, and business banking group, which that was the job before this one for me. In our corporate investment bank and commercial banking and wealth and investment management, we have it all covered. And so we're looking at diversity, equity, inclusion, not only in terms of our employees, but also our customers and communities. And that's what gives me the hope for the future, because we're doing it right. We're integrating it into our business. We're looking at how our foundation can complement our business. So that's what makes me excited.
How big is the foundation? How big of a corpus do you have?
So we're one of the largest corporate foundations in the country. We donate about $300 million in philanthropy a year. Yes.
Wow. And how big is the bank?
Oh, over $1 trillion.
Yeah. No, just $1 trillion. You're a baller like that. You just $1 trillion. Do they take you seriously in the C-suite? Are you and Christy able to get serious consideration from the leadership? Bill Daley,
yes,
the board, et cetera.
So I report to Bill Daley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vice chairman of the bank, by the way.
Yeah. So yes, they take us seriously. I feel like I run into Charlie quite a bit now. He jokes that every time he sees me, I have a new job, but
going up.
Yeah. But yeah, they take us seriously.
Yeah. And I knew the answer to that. I just want you to tell the audience. I think you guys are on the right track, and I am so proud of your rise. I shouted when I heard that you'd be the new president. It's nice when good things happen to good people. As we wrap up, yes. I almost got a little teary-eyed because I've seen your rise, and we've had candid conversations about frustrations in the world, and you're not going to brag for yourself. You're not going to pat yourself on the back. You're probably extremely uncomfortable right now.
I am extremely uncomfortable right now.
But they can feel your authenticity, can't you?
Thank you.
I know when you say something to me, it's straight. And it's not all been good news. But I know whatever it is, it's straight. And I respect that, and I love that about you. You're authentic. Give the audience, as we wrap up, some reason for them to be optimistic based on what you're seeing about this crazy state of the world we're in right now.
I think the fact that we're all together here and we recognize that it's going to take the collective power of all of us, of all of these organizations that are here today to make a difference is enough to have hope.
And the fact that you're showing up on a Sunday, staying
flying
here.
on a Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Got it Friday and Saturday?
Yeah.
Are you staying over tomorrow?
I'm staying over. Yeah,
So
I'll be
when
here the whole time.
They can run into you in the hallway.
They might run into me in the hallway, yes. It's important for me to be here.
Yeah. You want to get her a business card number, a social security number, her home address, be all over her like a cheap suit. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, give her some love, Darlene Goins.
Thank you.
My name is Brooke Ratliff, and I am a small business coach with Operation Hope here in the Detroit area, thanks to my funder, Fifth Third Bank. My background is small business accounting and tax. I did that for 15 years, worked a little bit with the IRS, and then I wanted to put those skills into practice in a way that I could just feel really good and celebrate with people. This is Roller Skate Detroit. And just being able to walk with a client, down the path of becoming an entrepreneur, checking all the boxes, getting his business plan together, and shopping for his space and actually having a grand opening. It's just been a great experience, and he's just going to keep going. I met him as my roller skate instructor. He taught me how to skate. He was talking about, his dreams and his goals. And, he signed up for my business development class. And at one point, it just kind of clicked in his head. And he just said, I'm going to go for it. I will tell you the three things all my really successful clients have. Like basic financial security. They got a roof over their head and food in the fridge. They have support from friends and family. Keith had that. They had a basis of real skill and expertise in the business that they're going to start. Keith had that. And the third thing is because they've got the skills and expertise and experience, they know how to scale. They can make it smaller, they can make it bigger. Keith started teaching where there was space available, and that created the business. So the space that we're in now, that was just part of the scaling. That was just part of the expansion. What I am most optimistic about are my MVP clients who are intelligent and hardworking and educated, who've got that basis of skill and expertise related to their business, that they're going to move forward. It's a long game, but they're going to play it. And there's going to be one grand opening and one ribbon cutting after another in the next 5 years.
You're not asleep yet, are you? See, we got more to come. Well, thank you, Darlene and Wells Fargo, for your wonderful partnership, and we look forward to getting to work. So I know that Walter and Nathan and Brandon in the audience, so they need to get their tennis shoes on. We got some work to do. So thank you. Absolutely. So I'm very excited about this segment because some of you remember the pitch competitions from previous years, right? Well, we have this wonderful program, initiative called the 1 Million Black Business Initiative that we launched at our Global Forum back in October of 2020. And that's where we have a goal of starting, growing, and scaling 1 million businesses by the year 2030. And I'm happy to report that as of today, over 380,000 businesses are being supported. Let's give those businesses a round of applause. Absolutely. Let's give Shopify a round of applause because their $130 million commitment is driving engine of this initiative. So we're extremely proud of the work that we're doing. But for this segment, we're not doing a pitch competition. What we decided to do is a Where Are They Now segment. Have selected 4 businesses that we're going to spotlight were either previous participants in the pitch competition and or part of the 1 Million Black Business Initiative. And so we're going to feature them today. And the fact that they're actually growing and scaling since the time they've started is something that we're really excited about. So right now you're going to meet some of those businesses. I'm going to call them out by name, and we're going to get this segment started and ready to go. So without further ado, I want to have Kayla and Teresa Bostic. Give them a round of applause for Kayla's Italian Ice Cream. We have Danielle Hines, founder of Creed 63 from Birmingham, Alabama. That's right. We have Miriam Frost, who's with the founder of Stella Yoga. Stella Yoga. Give Miriam a round of applause here in Atlanta. And then last but not least, we have Kayleen McElveen out of Michigan, founder of Tasteful Vegan, who was one of the pitch competition winners from last year. And then we also have a legendary business mentor with us, and that's C. David Moody, who's the owner and CEO, that's right, C.D. Moody Construction. Let's give him a round of applause. And we have a wonderful moderator for you this evening, and that's Mr. David Banerjee, who's the senior managing partner or editor for LinkedIn. Let's give him a round of applause. So we got a great one for you right now. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Lance, and good evening, everybody. So happy to be here, especially with these fantastic entrepreneurs seated next to me. The theme of this year's annual meeting is making the case for optimism, and really there's no better way to do that than hearing from our country's small business owners and operators, and that's what we're going to do for the next half an hour or so. I want to start by asking each of them to introduce yourself again briefly and your business, when it started, what the product or service is. And Kayla, let's begin with you.
Hi, my name is Kayla Brooks, founder of Kayla's Italian Ice, and this is the co-founder, my mother, Yvonne Teresa Bostic, co-founder of Kayla's Italian Ice.
Awesome. So we started in 2018 with a 9-year-old little girl who came to a mom with a great idea. And from that great idea brought the wonderful Kayla's Italian Ice to South Georgia.
Danielle.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danielle Hines, and I am the founder and CEO of Creed 63. Creed 63 is located in Birmingham, Alabama, and it's an acronym for Community Resources, Entrepreneurship, Education, and Development. And the 63 is significant because I purchased the building from Helen Shores Lee, whose father was the attorney to Martin Luther King. And I kept the building in his name, but the 63 is synonymous with everything that happened in 1963 as it pertains to civil rights, and of course, our historic location.
Nice. Miriam.
Hi, my name is Miriam Frost. I am the owner, CEO, founder of a studio here in Georgia called Stellar Power Yoga. Stellar Power Yoga is an environment that allows people to come in, reset, restart, refocus. In a world that's filled with so many challenges and uncertainty, Stellar Power Yoga stands as a home away from home so that people can come, embrace who they are, build their self-esteem, and take it back out into the world to be the best possible person, version that they can be in this life.
Yeah.
Helene.
And I am Colleen McElveen, the owner of Tasteful Vegan Frozen Desserts out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. And we, thank you. And we focus on providing options for those who have none by creating desserts that are dairy, gluten, soy, and peanut-free, as well as naturally sweetened desserts that we sell in retail stores. And we own West Michigan's first vegan, dairy-free, gluten-free, peanut-free ice cream shop.
Ooh. Right. Now, Mr. David Moody, your business is not small, but tell us about it anyway.
Right. Dave Moody. I started C.D. Moody Construction Company in 1988. We're a general contractor. We did $263 million last year. And I'm an architect by degree, but I decided construction fit me better.
All right, so I want to get under the hood a little bit of each of your stories and find some driving factors, some ingredients of success, and some lessons and some inspiration that our audience can take from your stories tonight. Kayla, I want to start with you. Your name is on the door, so to speak, of Kayla's Italian Ice. And this idea, the genesis of your business, started when you were super young.
Yeah.
Tell us how young you were and what that personal need for your product was in your life at that time.
Yeah, so starting in 2018, I was 9 years old, and I had the bright idea to give my mom the secret $100 for my secret slime business, which we'll talk about later. But I gave her $100 because I felt this passion of Italian icy, this amazing dessert. Because my mom, she's originally from Queens, New York. Yay! Yeah, she's originally from Queens, New York, so we would go down there every single summer, hang out with family. But with my intimate family, we all have bubble guts, okay? AKA lactose intolerant. So I can't really have dairy ice cream in my system at all. So we will only eat Italian icy. So when I would come down to my friends and tell them all about it, they'll be like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "You don't know what Italian icy is?" So I gave my mom these $100, which is not enough, but I felt this passion and this need to help others who are also lactose intolerant, just like me, but then also everyone to know about this amazing dessert, Italian icy. So yeah.
That's when she got started.
I just love that story. I mean, the personal need at the time, you're solving a problem for yourself first, and then you find all these customers who have that same need or problem. I just love that story.
Yeah.
Teresa, obviously family is extremely important to you, given who you're sitting next to, but I've been reading about your story, your parents' journey from Jamaica and Trinidad, your relationship with your mother and her battle with cancer, and just how your business has been interwoven with your family so deeply. Mm-hmm. For entrepreneurs out there, what role does family play in your success?
Well, it's big. So both of my parents were immigrants. My father's from Trinidad, Tunapuna, and my mother's from Jamaica, Constant Springs. And they came here, obviously, as immigrants, and they have earned their citizenships. When my mother was battling cancer, which was really big to us, Kayla and I did not discover that Italian icy was the only thing that she could eat in her final days. That was very important to us. Our product is gluten-free, dairy-free, cholesterol-free, soy-free. And we also, Kayla is a culinary. I keep saying Kayla because I'm not domesticated. I don't really cook. But Kayla's really good in the kitchen, just to give y'all an FYI. So she found a way to make some of our products all natural. Mm-hmm. And so with that being said, that instead she used like turmeric and carrots and spinach for some of our different products, and that's very important. So all of our items are not all natural. We're working on that as we go about, but we do have some that really means a lot to me. When my daughter came to me with this idea, she was passionate. She was like, "Mom, I got $100. No, first she says, "Mom, I want Italian icy in Atlanta." And I'm like, "That's great. We all want something." Like, what you want me to do for you? And if you ever been in a African-American household and you come with an idea to your parent, the first thing I'm going to ask you, "Well, where's your money? Like, how are we supposed to start this?" And so she did. She came down with this little Ziploc bag full of all these quarters and dollars, and we added it up. It was $100. And she says, "Is this enough?" And I said, "No." But the fact that you were willing to be your first investor into your own brand.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers your question. She had a need, she had a dream, and I wanted to support her. So I am her first supporter. And her family and my friends, I can't leave them out. Her dad, everyone is very supportive of her in her journey, and we appreciate you.
So Danielle, I love your story, and I think you all will as well. You're an attorney, licensed attorney. You're an Air Force veteran. Thank you.
Yes.
And now you've been an entrepreneur as well. And, the topic of this panel was about resiliency as entrepreneurs. I mean, as an attorney and an Air Force vet, were you already feeling that resiliency going into being an entrepreneur, or is the entrepreneurial journey a continuous kind of building of resilience?
That's a great question. Absolutely. And thank you for your support. You know, both of those things that you named, being an attorney and, you know, finishing basic training twice, because I became an officer, those are things that you build up to achieving and build up to going through. When you become a small business owner, no one can really prepare you for the challenges that you're going to face. Some of you that may have seen me before on this stage, I was here in 2018 with a totally and completely different business. It was Party Boutique Kids. And fast forward, I think that first year we did 51 parties out of the trunk of my car, which is what got me on this stage. But 2 years later was COVID. I had no idea that was about to happen. So in the middle of that, I purchased a property and I had to figure out how to pivot. But not only did I need to pivot, I needed to figure out, okay, what do I do with the property that I now have? How can I go back to a promise that I made when I purchased the property from Judge Lee, which was that Black lawyers would always have an affordable place to practice law. I would activate in some way the Civil Rights District. And shout out to Dr. Hood, I saw you in the audience. And then last but not least, I would make sure that the vitality that was there would be something that would be lasting by way of keeping her father's name on the building. So to answer your question, in 24 months, once I started Creed in June of 2021, we have 220 small businesses that operate inside of our location. And so we are building them. And so because not only are we supporting small businesses, but I'm also a small business owner, and I don't have a board behind me, right? I'm able to pivot with them and help them with those resiliency things, you know, that they need to be successful. So
fantastic. Miriam, again, an interesting story in that you were working big corporate roles, Fortune 500 companies. I mean, you know, for many people, that's the career you stick with and ride it out, right? And now you're an entrepreneur, a small business owner. I mean, first of all, what happened in between? And also, when you pivoted, did you run into unexpected surprises or challenges? You know, a lot of people think a big company employee has a huge skill set and knows how to do things, but running a small business is very different. What were some unexpected challenges you faced?
For me, actually, being in corporate America was an advantage because I was able to learn and be a part of a huge organization that did things right. I think oftentimes, you know, we work our day-to-day jobs, but we don't realize that while we're on those jobs, it's an operation. Pay attention. And I happen to be in operations, so that works. So challenges to be an entrepreneur wasn't really the challenge. The reason why I became an entrepreneur is because I understood my purpose. In 2013, I clearly understood my purpose, and how that came about was I would speak to people in different environments, whether I was in corporate America or teaching a class of fitness of some sort, and people they just wanted to be around me. They wanted to ask questions. They wanted to be around my energy, and I didn't feel like I had the opportunity to give them the information and the nuggets and the experience and the wisdom that I had already persevered and learned. So when I happened to run across a yoga class, and I'm like, oh, this is the platform. I see you, higher power. This is a platform to really deliver on what my purpose is and my calling, and that's to help empower people and help people understand that self-esteem is a lot greater than anything that we can imagine, right? The more we love ourselves, that's the more we have the ability to love others. And what I stand by is the word stellar. And basically what that stands for is strength to help you navigate through difficult challenges, tenacity to never give up, enlightenment to always understand that there's something more that you can learn, there's something more out there, love, always leading with love, leadership is a must, and that's taking ownership of any situation that you come across. And sometimes we are handed with responsibilities that we are that we're called to do, and we have to be a leader in that aspect. And adaptability. Adaptability is to be able to adjust. As an entrepreneur, you're constantly adjusting and making things happen. And the last but not least is resilience. Is to never give up, is continue staying in what we call tapas, which is fire, staying in the fire, because through all the challenges and growth that I've experienced, there's always been something better on the other side of that, as long as you stay the course. So it was more of a purpose for me, and corporate America helped me to navigate easier into my own entrepreneurship endeavors. As far as challenges after that, I think COVID-19, and I really connect with you when you talk about your mom, because even as an entrepreneur, you're going to lose people in your life, very important people in your life, and you wonder, why am I, how am I going to continue with this entrepreneur thing, because these people are most important. You have to learn that a choice is to be wounded or wiser and more stronger, and use the loss that you have to continue moving forward. And COVID-19, of course, I had to figure it out. That was a challenge.
Yeah. Colleen, we've heard a lot of drivers of success, ingredients of success for an entrepreneur. Your business, Tasteful Vegan Frozen Desserts, has taken off coast to coast. What are some of the ingredients of success that you think have really driven you and your business?
I think in the same way that it takes a village to raise a child, it takes that same village to raise a small business. you need a community around you. And that's what 1MBB is. That's the financial literacy that's provided through Operation Hope. That is the sense of community. And I think this year for Tasteful Vegan, we went from leasing our ice cream shop to purchasing our first piece of commercial real estate. And so it was one of those things where you recognize in order to grow and in order to expand, you're going to have those moments where you're stretched beyond what you think is physically even possible for you to do more. But we reached that point and then recognize that, there would be highs and lows, but in those moments, I had to realize not to let the moment kill my momentum. Because you're going to go through and have them, but if you idle in those moments and don't recognize who you're serving. So I'm serving those that don't have options, that don't have gluten-free, dairy-free, soy-free, peanut. Those people are used to saying, here, have a salad. They can come to my shop, or they can buy products at stores, the retail stores where I carry products, and be seen and be understood and be heard. And that's what moves me through the moments, is because I'm looking to who I'm serving and why I'm serving them. And then the other piece is being able to release what's in my hand, because in this year, we went and expanded, and I have 11 employees that are all under the age of 21, and 80% minority and women. And I call them affectionately my A-team, because they create the recipes for some of the most popular items at our retail ice cream shop. I give them a voice because I believe in them. And even my children that are 7 and 9, they work the register at the shop. And my daughter has already told me, Mom, I'm going to own your company. So, so we're talking about exit strategies already. But it is being able to move past those moments because you're looking at who you're trying to serve.
Fantastic. Dave, you're probably hearing these stories and remembering a 30 years younger version of yourself and remembering those times. I'm just curious, does being an entrepreneur get easier, get harder, stay the same? Are there just new challenges year after year over 35 years? Or what would you offer to them?
I think the biggest thing is realizing the things you thought you knew, but you really didn't know until you become an entrepreneur. I think there's a couple things. One is the wear and tear on you, especially making payroll. You know, people ask me all the time, they go, man, what's your greatest building or project? I go, you know what? It's making payroll for 35 years, never missing it, never being late. The second thing is the importance of being present in your private life. So often I would be at things, but I was thinking about a project, I was thinking about an issue, I was thinking about payroll. So I was physically present, but I wasn't emotionally present, so I missed a lot of stuff. And so I challenge people to be present. And the third thing is and the most important is taking care of your mental health. I had a childhood secret that I was keeping buried. And I speak very publicly about this. And I'm a survivor of childhood sexual abuse, and I hadn't told a soul. And my business was 4 years old. We had won all these awards. We're booming. And my wife finds out someone close to her had been sexually abused, and I just blurted it out. It happened to me, and I thought I was okay. Within a couple of months, I started having panic attacks, had a complete nervous breakdown, but I couldn't tell a soul. I had to suffer in silence and keep trying to run a business. So I think one of the biggest things as an entrepreneur over these years, I realized our mental health and performance go hand in hand. And it's so important that we take care of our mental health and be honest about the things that, and truly be honest about anything that is impacting you and get it dealt with, whether therapy or whatever. To the point, in 2020, I finally went into cognitive behavioral therapy because I was just powering through. That's what most of us do. We just power through. And when I did cognitive behavioral therapy, I finally got to the root of how that trauma impacted me, to the fact 11 months ago, I went and hiked Mount Kilimanjaro just to push myself to new limits. And one thing I'll say, we're all built and created to be incredible. It's the things in our lives that stop us. If we can kind of navigate those things, I'm telling you, we are made to do some incredible stuff. And I'm just getting started at 67. So that's how I look at it.
You know, related to what so many of our entrepreneurs have said is that your business is always on your mind. The buck stops with you. Nights and weekends, it doesn't matter. Those of us who have, salaried 40-hour, 9-to-5 jobs are lucky, compared to the burden and the responsibility that you take on. So I want to ask you how you think about planning for like a year ahead. We're in December. A lot of you are thinking about goals for 2024 and taking your business to the next level. What is that process like, and what are some of your concrete goals for the next year? Teresa?
So for us, we started in 2018 with the push cart. Following year, we did catering. We had companies that wanted us to do their Black History Month, like Coca-Cola. Pandemic happened, and thank God for Operation Hope to get me through of learning how to balance my personal credit and my business credit. Because my personal credit was taking a hit because I had to keep being the guarantor. So now that I've learned through the programs with Laura Sims and Kevin Austin, who were phenomenal, in my additional training and learning how to navigate to only use my business credit, that allowed me to purchase the machines outright, okay, for Kayla to then learn how to make the products that she makes to today. And in 2023, we had the opportunity not only to work with companies like Delta Airlines, Amazon, Home Depot. I mean, the list goes on. MasterCard, which is here today, MasterCard and Capital One, we want to give you a personal thank you. They sponsored us this year. We were only 2 companies that were chosen. That means a lot in Atlanta, Georgia, to do the FedEx Cup PGA Tour Championship. I mean, that's huge. And as far as we know, Kayla Annalicia Brooks, as being the founder at 15 years old, has been the youngest person to ever work in the sports and entertainment for the PGA Tour Championship to run her own business. So now our biggest challenge moving forward is scalability. We manufacture, we produce, and we package our own product. And we are now looking for those retail companies that are looking for us to have us into their stores. We also been offered the opportunity. Do you want to tell them where we're going tomorrow?
Oh, so tomorrow morning we are flying to Florida to go meet and greet the top executives at Disney World.
So that is an all-expense trip, guys. We were offered this as we were just as much as excited, to learn about this. One of the different things that we did that made a difference was we actually got our MBE. We got our DBE. And by the end of December, we'll have our ACDBE certification, okay?
All the letters.
So that's how you move a business. You move a business with a strategy and with a plan. You have good team, good people, places like Operation Hope, financial literacy. You cannot do it without personal business and having someone to believe in you. We would not be here if I didn't believe in what she had to bring to the table.
Anyone else want to spend about 30 seconds talking about your goals for 2024?
Okay, so for 2024, we just purchased this year another location. We're at 100% occupancy at the Law Center. So we just purchased a location that is 100,000 square feet, and that is going to allow us to serve more entrepreneurs. We also one of our pillars is podcasts, so we have 5 new shows coming on that we've produced for these small business owners that are coming in. And then we've also created a program called PACE, which stands for Providing Access to Capital Equality, to help business owners understand finances and get credit and be capital ready for funding. So.
Amazing.
For me, it's scaling, same thing. Scaling, more locations, creating our magical space that we have here in Atlanta, Georgia, multiplying those magical spaces, taking them from state to state to state. Because just as I'm listening to everyone here speaking, we all need a place, a foundation to go to build ourselves up. And just to fill yourself up, and that's what Stellar Power Yoga does. It basically creates an environment so that you can focus on the things that are most important to you, and so that you can feel good, go out in the world, and do those things these wonderful, amazing people are doing right now. And that's what we pride ourselves on, Stellar Power Yoga.
Helene, anything you want to share?
Expand and serve more people as best we can.
And Dave, maybe an IPO or something next year after 35 years? We want to invest in Dave.
No, actually what we're focused on is I'm getting the next generation ready.
Yeah.
I'm promoting people to different levels. We're in 5 states. But I was kind of laughing about when you first start out in business, you don't even think a year. You think in 30 days best. Right. And especially when you're undercapitalized. And I think we have to be careful. I used to write a business plan the first couple of years. I haven't written one in 32 years now. Because I discussed it with our folks, we plan, and we finally have reached a point where we're building for some of the top technology companies now, and that's a big difference to get into that arena.
Amazing. So folks, before I thank you and our panelists, Teresa here fashions herself a bit after Oprah and has a gift, at least for us, the panelists. Yes. So just hold tight for 20 seconds while Kayla grabs that. And I think I know what it is. I can probably guess.
Dun, 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 dun.
I thought it'd be under our chairs.
Nope, they're right over here. She's coming right now with the gift. So, and just to let you guys know, this year, December 20th, we are launching our very first Kayla's Italian Icing mocktail book. Oh, wow. So, yes, so please go to our website and our newsletter, kaylasitalianice.com. Thank you. And we are looking, we have just finished all the framework for franchising as well. So if anyone is interested in franchising with Kayla's Italian Ice, feel free to reach out to us. We greatly appreciate it. Nice. So open your box.
Open the box.
Ta-da! So they have little Italian icy treats. So we have pina colada, which is called Trapalata. We have a green apple, which is
Granny apple.
And then they have watermelon, which is Aqualicious. So thank you guys for allowing us to do this. We appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And folks, unfortunately, we're out of time for our panel, but please find these amazing entrepreneurs in the room once they're off stage. Learn from them, inspire them, get inspired by them, and thank you all for joining this conversation.
Thank you.
Great.
My name is Francisca Francois. I am the founder of Ava Beauty. We are a Black-owned inclusive makeup brand that's based in Los Angeles, California. When I started my company, I was working in the beauty industry professionally, but I also saw a lack of representation for dark-skinned Black women like myself. So while working with clients and myself, I couldn't find enough product ranges that catered to my complexion, and it was just frustrating. So instead of waiting for the solution, I became the solution, and I founded my brand in 2017, and it launched in February of 2018. I've been in the beauty industry for over 10 years. While working in the industry, I saw a frustration for dark-skinned Black women like myself. Like, there was just a lack of products in the beauty industry, and alongside while working with clients, I just couldn't find products that catered to my complexion, and it was frustrating. So instead of waiting for the solution, I became the solution, and since then, Ava Beauty was started and was founded in 2018, and we just really want to amplify the voices of dark-skinned Black women while also empowering melanin hues, because we are the most underserved in the beauty industry. What I've appreciated about the 1 Million Black Business Program is the different resources it has. So I've been able to learn a lot more about my finances and how to structure myself as an entrepreneur, while also leveraging a network to work with other professionals and people within my industry that can help me grow. So aside from the finances, I'm able to, build with financial advisors that are giving me advice on how to build business credit and certain things that I need right now after 5 years to truly scale my business to the next level. Right now, what I'm most optimistic about is just truly empowering Black women. We're in an industry and economy where Black women always have to be strong, and we're always having to do so much. So within my brand, I'm changing the narrative, giving Black women the resources we need within our industry, but also just empowering us that it's okay to be soft, it's okay to take down your guard and just really love yourself. Because as a dark-skinned Black woman, like I said, colorism is real, and a lot of the times we face it within ourselves or we face it within other people. So just really empowering Black women through different things and showing them within our products, we are more than just a beauty brand that has products. We're also here to truly empower Black women.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome multi-talented entertainment host and media personality, Cal on the mic.
Yes, yes, yes. Hello, Atlanta. How y'all feeling? Okay, no. We can do better than that. Hello, Atlanta. How y'all feeling? Okay, that sounds a little bit better. As you can tell, I'm excited to be here. I'm your second host of tonight, Kyle on the mic for your Hope Global Forum's annual meeting. But listen, it's no better feeling than being in a room with so many amazing entertainers. Any entertainers in here, make some noise? Any entrepreneurs in here, make some noise? CEOs, executives, the list goes on. But listen, don't go nowhere, because listen, we have so many things in store for you guys today, including a performance by two-time Grammy Award-winning artist, Timothy Bloom. Now, I met him in the back, and let me tell you all, you are in for a treat. But right now, we're going to talk about the new media and the new media possibilities. So please give a big Global Forums welcome right now to Saleh Muhammad, who's the Chief Marketing Officer of Time. Clap it up for her. Kenneth Noling, Senior Vice President of Universal Television. Brandon Butler, Chief Executive Officer of Butter Atlanta. And last but not least, Connell Byrne, who is the Chief Executive Officer of iHeart Digital Media. Give a round of applause, y'all.
And Kenneth Nowling.
Yes, I guess they did
of
call
Universal
me.
TV. Thank you guys so much for hanging around and listening to us. This is a real treat. I think tonight we want to talk about new media, and the term itself is fraught with complexity and confusion, because new media has meant so many different things over the last 20, 25, 30 years. It meant websites, it meant blogs, it meant social video, it meant social media, AR, VR, AI, whatever. And I think on the panel tonight we have an incredible range of speakers, because we come from different places in how we approached content and the stuff we bring to the table. We come from traditional media, whatever that means, broadcast TV, streaming TV. We come from print, we come from websites, we come from social media, we come from the web itself, out of digital itself. Your startup, Butter.atl, was born. So I want to start with maybe you, Kenneth, and tell us about coming from and I'm air quoting this, a broadcast TV company, which Universal is anything but these days, coming from that background, do you see new media, this concept of new media, digital media, as an opportunity, a challenge? How do you face that every morning when you go to work?
Actually, you know, people ask that question all the time, but I think now that we have so many streaming outlets, it's created more opportunities for storytellers. So they're not stuck with just the basic broadcasts. They're not stuck with the traditional cable. But now we have the streaming contents, streaming outlets with your Peacocks and your Netflix and your, even now, another level of Tubi for those filmmakers who create content who never get the opportunity on the higher tiers. So I think overall, in the terms of that, it's presented more opportunities for storytellers to you know, expand their storytelling.
So full disclosure, backstage about 5 minutes ago,
yes.
You and I are sitting behind this screen,
right.
And I said, what are you going to do in Atlanta
right.
here? You said, I'm coming back to Atlanta in a few months.
Right.
I said, I'm going to scout a project called Fight Night.
Right.
And Fight Night, I said, my eyes lit up because I said, Fight Night is a podcast from iHeartMedia where I work. And maybe just talk about that as a perfect encapsulation of the new world of where ideas come from and where they go, because it's all different now.
Yeah,
so tell that story.
And it's interesting because when we got that TV show and it went through development, it got greenlit, and then part of my job once it's greenlit is I oversee the whole entire project from a physical production perspective, act in a executive producer capacity. You know, I knew iHeart was attached, but didn't know the extent of their attachment. And so it's great knowing that something like this was a podcast story, episodes, and now my job is to bring it to life visually with actors. You know, it's going to move into another way of telling that story, and I think that goes back to even with Sade in publications and short stories in the magazines come to movies and television shows, as well as, you know, in different radio shows. I mean, it's a great connection. I thought that was interesting.
I want to jump over to you, Sade. So you're the Chief Marketing Officer of Time, this just legendary brand NIP. You spent 8 years at Forbes prior to that. Maybe there is no one better on the panel to talk about this evolution from traditional media. Again, I use this word in air quotes because I barely know what it means anymore, but traditional media into new media, into digital media. How do you face work every day knowing I have this legacy that is awesome but got to be overwhelming, and I'm trying to move it lock, stock, and barrel as fast as I can into a whole new audience, content type, platforms? How do you face that?
No, it's a great question. First, thank you, Hope, for having us here. I would say it kind of what you're talking about with Fight Night and how it's an idea and a story that sort of gets a deal sold. I think it's definitely about the idea and leading with the idea versus the platform. There are a couple of examples at Time. Obviously, you know, the print product, the magazine, but there's so many other platforms that we have. So Person of the Year, which we just announced earlier this week, and that actually used to be Man of the Year until 1999, which is kind of crazy.
Give it up.
And so, you know, we actually looked back at who would have been the Woman of the Year.
Oh, wow.
Since, you know, the magazine's founding. And that turned into, P&G looked at that digital series that we did, and they said, we want to turn it into an event. So it's now Women of the Year in Beverly Hills every year in March. Amazon then looked at that and said, we want to turn it into a series. So now that's, you know, coming out in sort of that pivotal moment for women when they knew their sort of life and career trajectory had changed. So I say all that to say the platform changes and evolves, but it's really about the idea and the story that if you can sell it, if you can connect to people, our audiences, and obviously our partners, that's what kind of pushes through.
Definitely more tentacles for an IP to reach out into different places. We call them derivative works sometimes, but they're not really. They're the works themselves. I mean,
exactly.
You come from digital media itself. Butter.atl. I want you to explain it to the group so you get it right. But maybe more than anybody on this panel, you come from that place natively, from digital itself. Your company was never anything else except digital media. When you look at, and we're in a safe space here, you can say what you feel like saying. When you look at big brands that are established and traditional, what do you feel like we are missing? I throw iHeartMedia in that bucket. We're a broadcast radio company with 900 radio stations across all 50 states. We are also evolving into that and a digital media company, but I throw myself in that bucket too, where I'm constantly wanting to hear from digital natives, yeah, but this is what you're missing. What do you think?
Yeah, so, Butter ATL was a media company that was really founded to help Atlanta tell its own stories. We like to highlight the people, places, and things that kind of make this city amazing because we really believe that culture is Atlanta's #1 export. There's a saying that Atlanta influences everything. And we really believe that, again, so many things kind of come out of Atlanta and go other places. But for so long, we didn't get to tell our own stories down here. In Atlanta, we love lemon pepper wings, for example, right? And, for so long, you'd have brands that would come from New York, LA, and Chicago and say, they would want us to give us permission to talk about that. They would say, hey, we heard y'all like this down here, so tell us about it. So at Butter, we said, you know what? We know the people that are making culture. We know the people that are doing these things on a day-to-day basis that are actually doing the work in and around the city. We can build a platform that speaks to them authentically because we really understand that culture. And I think that's what I would love to see more of, large brands as they kind of lean into, culture and new media, right, is the idea behind authenticity. The thing I say about culture is our definition of culture at Butter is people like us do things like this. And so when you look around and you connect with other people and you see those threads that tie us all together, right? Even in a city like Atlanta, it's always funny. I love my Falcons. They didn't do too well today, or ever. Or ever. What's crazy is when you go to a Falcons game or you go to a Atlanta Hawks game, so often you see so many other jerseys in the stands.
Yeah.
But then there was a moment when Atlanta United was created.
Right.
And that was a moment that gave people that no matter where you were from, we all kind of came together and rallied around and said, this is something that we could all kind of collectively own. Right. And so I think when it comes to brands and how they, need to think about just, again, being more, culturally relevant, they need to understand that Drake doesn't make a different album for white people and black people. Drake makes music for people that love music. And I think as brands think about ways that they can connect with new media and culture and people that are making it, they need to be very intentional about bringing the right authentic voices and giving them a platform to get out there and speak their truth because they'll find the others, and that's what this is all about.
When you sit with a brand that you want to do a deal with, when you sit with a client, a potential client, do you find yourself still having to take half of every meeting just to convince them of the power of black culture?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? I think, and I've seen it on both sides. I've worked on the agency side for a while. I've seen it on the other side. And again, what's interesting is, people understand that, culture, black culture, these things, pop culture drives so many different things. And they know it's important to interact with it, but they still, kind of treat it like a science experiment.
Yeah.
And, it's always great when we have those, we have certain brands that we work with, that we have people that are on the inside that are really true advocates that understand. And sometimes they just say, you know what, y'all, just get out the way. You might not understand this, but trust me, it'll kind of work. And I think, given, brands like Butter and, other brands that are influencer brands, the opportunity to just create something that makes sense that is authentic for our platforms is so important because people can sniff it out when you're doing it just for the money. People can sniff it out when you're doing things that aren't authentic to your brand. And so, it's still tough, but what I've seen over the years is it's getting a little bit easier. I just think more than anything else in a city like Atlanta, for some reason, we're still considered to be kind of a second-tier city. For some reason, everybody wants to go spend their money in New York, LA, and Chicago, and then they want to kind of come to Atlanta and Butter, too, with kind of what's left over.
Yeah.
And I think, I would love it if we could kind of flip that model around a little bit because, there are so many folks in Atlanta that do amazing work. We don't need permission from anybody to make something great happen.
So, yeah, give it up. Could not agree more. So for me, my personal experience with this is I grew up in, like I was telling you backstage, I grew up in Berkeley, California, that at one point, 50, 60 years ago, was a mover of culture, a definer of culture in the United States. To some extent, still is today. But I feel like I am now the new mover of culture while living in Atlanta. I've been here 25 years. My kids are from here. And My own education on this was working with a guy named Charlemagne the God, who will be here tomorrow. He works at iHeartMedia, and he approached us at iHeart about 3 years ago, and he said, I love this medium called podcasting. I'm a radio star, but I love podcasting. And I want to launch a podcast company called The Black Effect, because I think podcasting is going to give storytellers a way to tell stories that they don't have. Podcasting might be a good way in for a lot of new creators, and I think audiences are going to like that. And me, being ignorant, said, why The Black Effect? Why do you want to call it that? And he said, well, I'm borrowing a Jay-Z lyric because I believe that black creators and culture has an outsized effect on everything else. Atlanta influences everything. Black Effect influences everything. And it taught me about the effect, oversized effect, of that community of creators. But I still, and I think Charlemagne would echo this, in every meeting I go to pitch a brand on a campaign or to bring them into that network to sponsor it, spend half of the meeting explaining what I just walked through, as opposed to cutting to the chase and saying, it's great content, let's go. So I'll throw back to you for a second. Like, when I tell that story, when I talk about sitting with brands and convincing them that this is worth it, does that resonate with you at all in creating content at Universal?
Absolutely. I mean, I have been honored to oversee great projects like The Best Man Final Chapters on Peacock. That went under a lot of discussion to move it from a film into a television series. I worked on Moesha. That was about a girl in the inner city. That was about telling a story that constantly having to convince people of our stories and of our dreams. I worked on the last show, Grand Crew. It was like a Black Cheers, they say, but it wasn't. It was just, that's what we do to communicate. So I think in my world, we're constantly having to over-explain us telling our story, whether it's in the narrative format, podcast, digital, or even in magazines. We constantly have to define our stories. And I think with this new media, new possibilities, we're now don't have to explain as much. We're able to give you an idea, have a full background, and have a team to come to the table from the filmmakers, from the writers, and from the people involved in that project.
Sade, what's your take on that? Is it, to make it simple, like, is it getting better? Or do you feel like, yeah, but slowly? Where's your head at?
I think getting better, I would say, probably, but it's still just as tough, I think. I think, to your point, Brandon, about having people on the inside, I think it's really about the right partners at different brands who can sort of share the vision, because translating why something matters is exhausting. It's very exhausting. And so, yeah, I think we all can relate to that. And so, yeah, it is an unending battle, I do think. But because there are so many other platforms and ways, new ways to engage and new ways in, and for people to be discovered, I think there are just more of us that people can see and sort of interact with and say, oh, I heard, that there are more, sort of touch points, I think, than there have been before. So that helps. But it's still about leadership. Just saying, either trust the people who say, this makes sense, just trust me on this, or, taking the time to understand the why and why it makes sense to push it forward. Would you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if we're just being honest, we're just amongst friends, right? I think the reality is a lot of people's, 9 to 5 doesn't match their 5 to 9. It's easy to say and talk about culture and the importance of culture in a room, but the reality is if you don't have a diverse set of friends and you don't understand these things that happen in culture and authenticity because you don't do it outside of work or you only talk about it, it's inauthentic. And then the reality is, too, and I can tell you this because, again, I've seen it on both the agency side and on the creator side. There was a study by MSL in 2021 that said even, creators of color typically get paid 30 to 35% less. So a lot of times when you're a black-owned brand or a creator, you're leaving so much money on the table because a lot of these brands, they want to play the move the food around the plate game. And so I think, that's a big part, again, is needing people on the inside that really understand. And I have some relationships where I had a project I was working on, and I was able to call up the CMO and say, look, I don't have time to make 50 decks. Do y'all want to do this project?
Absolutely.
And that's what it takes sometimes.
Yeah.
Translating why something matters is exhausting is a perfect is a perfect sentence. I mean, is that, not to be dramatic, is that every day?
Listen to the audience.
I think it's every day for all three of us and our other colleagues in other departments. That's constant that battle. I mean, here, I work for a major studio, and I have to battle my budgets when I do the black shows versus other shows are always different. And I have to battle that to get money for us. And I have to stand by my creators and say why they need these things. So why do I need to do that?
I want to hit your company real quick for a sec because you're the CEO of the company, and it's, let me ask it pointedly. Why is it important that a company be 51% black-owned? Why is that important? I believe it's important. I want to elucidate clearly why it is. What does it change about that company inherently that makes it different?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think, we want to know that, especially when things are landing in culture, we want to kind of know the people that are behind the curtain sometimes. Yep. And just knowing that, again, you have people that are behind the curtain that hopefully kind of, represent, where you come from and kind of understand different areas, just so that, again, the things that get put out there feel honest and authentic. I was just in Cape Town, South Africa a few weeks ago. And again, people's impressions of America, because what they see on the news is crazy.
Yeah.
Like people literally think we run around with guns here all day long. And I mean, it is a little crazy out there.
Yeah.
But, so that's why it's important, to have people, to have majority ownership. The other part of it is, if we're just being honest, because that's the way the rules are set up.
Right.
I mean, if you want to play the game, you have to understand, if you want to be, able to get access to certain funding, well, that's the trick that you have to play is your cap table is extremely important because you want to maintain that ownership, but you also got to get these funds because great content requires a business model.
Right.
And in order for me to help, other creators and give other people, and we have people that work for us both above the line and below the line, it takes a budget to do those kind of things, right? And so, again, you have to be able to play the game, not just on the making cool content level, but actually, on spreadsheets in the boardroom and on the executive level as well, if you want to be around and be successful.
Understand the business.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Great content needs a business model is the second best sentence I've heard in a while. I mean, back to the Black Effect, it was interesting when Charlemagne set that company up. He said two things. He said, I want it to be a separate company from iHeartMedia. We can do a joint venture, but I want it to be a separate venture, and I want to own 51% of this company. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of the spirit of that company flowed from that decision. Yeah. When you think about, Sade, back to you real quick, when you think about new media, big, broad term that can mean a lot of different things, is it solving some of the problems that we're talking about? Do you feel optimistic about it, the theme of these few days here in Atlanta? Or are you thinking like, I don't know, I feel exhausted? How do you feel about it?
I mean, I think why I love media is that it's a platform that brings a lot of different stakeholders to the table in a way that other, maybe platforms and industries don't. You have the celebrity sort of appeal. You have the business folks, you have, policymakers. Everyone is interested in media.
Yeah.
To some end. Everyone needs media. So I think we have the opportunity to capture the attention of so many more folks and stakeholders in a way that makes me hopeful. We produced something called Impact House this past August, which is all about creating an ecosystem around Black entrepreneurs in Martha's Vineyard. And so we brought philanthropists and wealthy investors and corporate folks and policymakers and then the entrepreneurs themselves, because you can't do it. If it's just the entrepreneurs talking to each other, that only goes so far. So how do we bring more folks to the table who can find new businesses to invest in or can figure out what policy changes they can sort of enact? So I think that's what makes me hopeful, is that you can capture the attention of folks in a way that you otherwise may not have. Yeah.
Media is the storytelling of our time.
Correct.
I mean, even on the worst days of work, when I'm frustrated, I'm tired, I'm like, these are the stories we're going to remember in 1,000 years. whether it's an article from Time or a TV show from Universal or a content experience you create?
I think one thing for us, we can probably collective that we're intentional in our storytelling. Yeah. And one reason Charlemagne wanted that 51% because he wanted to be intentional and control the narrative. And that's something we've never really had. And so by Brandon being the CEO, he controls that narrative. It allows us to be intentional.
Sure.
I think that's what's important in our storytelling.
We are coming, I'll just sort of close on this question back for you, Kenneth, but we're on the wave of 20, 25 years of massive disruption in storytelling. Different ways to tell stories coming at us every day. It's our job. We like this job, but it's what we signed up for. And like I said, it used to be broadcast, and now it's AR. Another wave is coming at us called artificial intelligence that is starting right about now, and content will be unrecognizable. The way it's made, the way it's consumed, the way it's distributed. I'll end with just asking you this, just because I think maybe it pertains most to you right now in the world of, you just came off strikes that
yes.
directly were about this.
Yes.
Two-part question. What does it do to the content engine that you're sitting on top of? But also, harder question maybe, does it worry you about diversity and representation? What happens inside an artificial intelligence engine?
Of course it worries you because it's the unknown. And I think when we look at AI in my business, the biggest holdback was that they wanted AI. It's unproven territory, technology. We don't know.
Yeah.
And so it is a worry to a certain extent. But what I often said is that you can't get the emotion you want in writing, in acting, or even in managing. So at this point, I'm not as worried because they have not totally mastered that. Now, when they've taken over like iRobot, that's a whole different story. But I think right now it's new technology and we get it, but we don't really know what it has not evolved enough just yet. It's still it's still under exploration.
Yeah. Sade, Brandon, Kenneth, I cannot thank you enough for letting me sit in with you guys and talk about this stuff. I deeply, deeply appreciate it. And thanks you guys for listening.
Thank you.
Okay, you all still hanging in there, Atlanta? All right, now listen, like I said, we are not done yet. Most of you all know that 2023 was the 50th anniversary of the birth of hip-hop. Any real hip-hop fans out there? Real quick, let me get a hip-hop parade. Oh, hey, hey. Oh, okay, we got some real hip-hop fans out there. But to truly understand this global phenomenon, you have to take a closer look. So we got an amazing group of people to talk right now about the culture and economic impacts of hip-hop. You ready for them to hit the stage? All right, so please help me welcome first the decade-long chronicler of hip-hop community, the CEO of all hip-hop, Chuck Jigsaw Creekmur. The uber-talented Grammy Award-winning producer, actor, and social justice advocate, David Banner. Yes. A man who was recruited by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. himself as a teenager to join the SCLC, the former CEO of the Hip Hop Summit Action Network, and the former president of the NAACP. Make some noise for the legendary Dr. Benjamin Chavez. And last but not least, give a big Hope Global Forum's welcome to a radio legend, a dynamic entrepreneur, a tireless advocate for women. Means she's forever that girl, the one and only Angela Yee. Clap it up for him, y'all.
All right, can you guys hear me okay? All right, well, first of all, welcome. I'm excited to be part of this panel. I was telling Dr. Benjamin Chavez I specifically wanted to do this panel to be represented as a woman on this stage when we talk about hip hop. And so that was important to me as we're celebrating the 50th anniversary of hip hop, past, present, and future. I'm from Brooklyn, so thank you. You know, we are everywhere. So I just want to start by acknowledging that. And since we started talking about women, let's start with you, David Banner, and talk about women's representation when it comes to hip hop, what you saw in the past and how that has evolved.
I think it's powerful because in society in general, the women, especially black women, African women, are the cradle of and to society. So the voice, no matter what people perceive it as, good, bad, or indifferent, it is important. And the thing that I always tell people is that if it's something that you don't like, it's probably something that can be solved. I remember debating against Congress and telling them if they want us to rap about roses, come to the hood and plant some. I can't rap about something that I don't see. And so for our women to have their opportunity to speak, it means a lot. And then to have someone like Rhapsody, who's my sister, who is definitely breaking down walls in her own way. And she's standing up in a way like Queen Latifah did. You know, Queen Latifah and Shakim and them had a lot to do with my career at one point. And so to watch her, not just as an activist for us as a people, but an advocate for women.
Right.
You know, to see that then and to see where we are now, it's beautiful.
That is very well said, because I always hear people talk about back in the day, it would feel like it could only be one, it was so much competition, but now it feels like women are really taking over when it comes to hip hop. And Chuck, let's throw it to you. I remember you even wrote an open letter.
Oh no, don't bring up the open letter.
But I want to hear your thoughts as the founder of All Hip Hop.
You know, I think it's healthy right now. I think I'll be honest and say I would love to see more representation from, you know, the era, basically the golden era. I would love to see that level of representation where we saw Missy, we saw Lil' Kim all on the same song celebrating women in hip hop. And I think that we have a lot to offer, men and women, and I would love to see the full, you know, diverse, powerful collective that we really are.
And Dr. Benjamin Chavis, I told you I was at the first ever Hip Hop Summit Action Network that you did in Detroit. And so I want to flash back to that. And what made you even decide to create something like that space?
Well, thank you. You know, my background is civil rights. And in the early 1970s, early 1980s, there were a lot of player haters on hip hop. Mm-hmm. And so I decided that, look, we should be embracing hip hop. We should be lifting hip hop up. And so I remember, David, I was there for that congressional testimony because they were trying to censor hip hop. Mm-hmm. Look, hip hop is a cultural phenomenon that started in the South Bronx among blacks and Latinos. Now, hip hop is all over the world. It's a global phenomenon. But what we have to make sure is that our culture is not only appreciated, but we have to make sure we hold on to the economics. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I want to thank John Hope Bryan for having this forum, because a lot of times what happens is we are creative geniuses, but somebody else goes to the bank off of our creative genius. So we got to start bringing that back home. And I'm the first hip hop summit was in New York, but we came to Detroit and had 5. Mm-hmm. Eminem, you know, used to work with Eminem. And every city we went into, whether it was in the Northeast, the Southeast, the West, Midwest, there was an outpouring of artists as well as the community at large. And I think that a lot of times people don't understand or appreciate the importance of our culture. I just want to say something else about women. Look, there would be no hip-hop if it wasn't for the sisters. Mm-hmm. A lot of what the brothers do is trying to get the attention of the sisters. So, and I remember MC Lyte, we wrote a book together entitled Fusion, the relationship between civil rights and hip-hop. I just think that the culture is global, and the stage is global, yeah, there are contradictions. Yeah, there are problems. But in all of our cultural formations, there may be contradictions and problems because there are contradictions in the society that we live in. The culture reflects the social condition, the political condition, the spiritual condition of our people.
All right. And since we talk about voting, we talk about politics, and we talk about hip hop, those things are very related. Can you think of a time when you felt the influence of an artist when it came to politics? Because that is important. You know, sometimes artists feel like that's not something they want to touch on, but I think it's David Banner wants to say something now, I'm sure. But sometimes people feel that way, but I think it's so powerful when they do. And I can think of some examples. Even seeing Little Baby not intentionally putting out a video and doing a song that really was about what was happening in the moment. We think about people like artists like Marvin Gaye and how influential his music was. Can you think of sometimes when you felt, and David Banner, clearly, you know, that's been something that you're known for as well. You're very diverse in your content too. So can you think of times when artists have reflected those moments when it comes to politics and influenced the masses?
Yeah. You know, hip hop came out of the ashes, not, you know, quote unquote ashes of the civil rights movement. And so I think that we saw people echoing the sentiments of Dr. King, Malcolm X, Stokely Carmichael, you know, Kwame Ture and others. And those artists were people like Chuck D, KRS-One, and so on and so forth. In fact, you can almost pick rappers who were the new version of those icons. Now it's a little bit different, right? So we're not so close to the civil rights movement. We're not so close to Public Enemy's era. And so I would love to see more leadership and representation in hip hop, because everyone's not a rapper in hip hop, right? So we do have folks like Tamika Mallory and others who are representative of that. But I think that the artists have matured so much, or at least having a feeling that they know what they want to say. And Little Baby, when he made that song, I think he kind of backed off of it a little bit, because once you step into that, you have to know what you're saying. And that's why having mentors like Dr. King, Malcolm X is really important, even Dr. Ben, you know, because I was there at those summits too, you know.
I think our children are a direct reflection of what we did or did not teach them. Our parents walked away from the civil rights movement and they went and got money. So our kids watched what our parents did. They set us in front of the TV and in front of video games, and they went and got money. So these children turn around and went and got money, and then we turn around and criticize them for doing the same exact thing that our parents did? Come on, y'all. And then you expect our children to talk about something you didn't teach us about. And we reward rappers for being exactly what they are, and then they get on and make money, then all of a sudden you want them to be a political pundit? I don't want them to talk for me. They don't know what they're talking about, and they told you they were hustlers. So we sit in the crowd and act like we're holier than thou and talk about what rappers should do. Yeah, some rappers should do certain things, but you all should also stop teaching our children that Christopher Columbus discovered America. That's a lie. You should stop, as a doctor, allowing these people to hook us on these drugs that are not good for us. Stop allowing these people to sell us food that's not real. So for me, for you to turn around and put pressure on rappers, and then if they do decide to be political, you don't reward them for that, and you don't pay them for that. So it don't make sense. So if you want these children to do something, show them how it looks to do it and be successful first, my opinion.
Well, David just gave all of us a good example of the power of hip-hop, the power of articulation, the power of our poetry, the power of our art, the power of our dance, the power of our movement. In the civil rights movement, C.T. Vivian defined movement as people moving toward attain a goal. I want to give hip-hop credit for something that nobody hardly gives hip-hop credit for. Hip-hop was the first cultural phenomenon that actually transcended race in America. Transcended race in America. And we're not hardly given credit for it because today we have a serious racial problem in America. Today we have a serious problem of anti-Semitism in America. Today we have a serious problem of Islamic phobia in America. We got all these divisions. But one of the things about hip-hop, it brings people together across racial lines, across the division, across urban versus rural and suburban, and now even globally. I was in China, man, I saw some young Chinese with dreadlocks on the 1 and 2s doing flips on the 1 and 2 because they identify with the trends that we set here. And a lot of times, my last point, please do not underestimate the power of hip-hop culture. And you're right, they come to the artists every 4 years when it's time for an election, and they want to use the artists to get out the vote. But after the election goes, sometimes they get into places of elected officials and disdain the culture that gave them the opportunity to be elected in the first place.
Then turn around and put RICO laws on the same artists that helped them get in and put them in jail.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, I want to speak to you as a OG. I'm an original gangster and proud of it.
Well, since we are in Atlanta and you brought up the RICO, I want to ask about the art form and the lyrics being used in this trial right now that's going on. We see with Young Thug, we see with YSL. The judge has said that they can use lyrics from the songs in the trial. So I want to get your take on what you think about lyrics being used against artists. And then we've heard Fat Joe said 95% of what he says isn't true in his music. But I want to see what you guys think about that in an honest way.
You first.
I went first last time. They might shut it down if I go first.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Why don't they convict white males for making horror movies? White men can make Arnold Schwarzenegger can blow up half of the universe and go and be governor. Why do they take that to be art? They use any example or any situation that they can to lock up. America was based on free or cheap labor. And the only way you can have free or cheap labor is to lock people up. Okay, so they try to find any kind of way. It's art. And I told my brothers, I said, y'all better stop saying you're keeping it real, because they are going to find a way to lock us up. It's just art. And even if it's not, do you mean our First Amendment rights are not good enough for us to talk about our past experiences? Because what I told somebody, I remember debating about Tupac. I said, what you don't know and what statistics can't show you is what I didn't do because of that song. Maybe I didn't do something wrong because of Tupac's anger. Maybe because he made the song, I didn't have to do it, but you won't see that because you don't see the other aspect of hip-hop. It's an art. We are artists. But what they do is they paint a picture of black males and black females every day, and then what they do is they pay the impoverished people to continue to push that narrative, and nothing is wrong with that narrative at any point. It's just the fact that it needs some balance. So why don't they push that? And why do they convict the artists and not convict the white men who are in those record companies pushing the same thing? So if you're going to convict everybody, if that's what you're going to do. But they won't do that because that's their nephews, uncles, aunts, cousins, grandfathers. You know, I'll just ask you all, man, just allow these children to express what they're going through. They're going through some pain. And everything don't look the way that it looks for you. And just allow them to be what they are as artists and do their art. That's what I say.
First I just say amen to what the two brothers just said, Angela. we actually had hip-hop summits on financial literacy, which connects to what John Hope is doing with this conference. And young people it was called Get Your Money Right. And we had over 70 of those summits in all the major cities in the United States, in Toronto, Canada, as well as in Johannesburg, South Africa, because unfortunately the school system does not teach literacy, financial literacy. I don't teach literacy either. Because folks come out and can't pass the third grade reading test.
Yeah.
But my point is, this RICO thing, I take that very sensitive, because some of you know I spent most of the 1970s in prison unjustly in my home state of North Carolina for fighting to get the right for black kids and white kids to go to school together, the Wilmington 10. And a young brother who was a great basketball player, Michael Jordan, was in junior high school from Wilmington, North Carolina. And we, you know, I said, people used to ask me all the time, man, being in the movement, you have to pay a price. No, you pay a price for not being in the movement. Yeah. You know, you pay a price for not standing up. You pay a price for not speaking out. So this RICO thing, you know, it's like Governor DeSantis. And I said it right. These Satanists in Florida wants to ban books, wants to burn books, wants to deny the culture, want to try to say that slavery was a benefit to us. We know that's a lie. And he's the governor now running for president. And so we got to steer our nation, our world back to some reality, some truth. And I agree. I do not think that a RICO statute should be used to deny people their First Amendment rights, to speak out and stand out with language that may be offensive, but the offensiveness of the language reflects the offensiveness of the social condition that the artists come from in the first place.
Yep. I'll just, you know, mic check. Ice-T one time said, Ice-T said, freedom of speech, but just watch what you say. And that's an album title. And I never forgot that, you know. So one day, you know, during this Hip Hop 50 celebration, I saw an individual who I've known over 20 years. I saw him at a concert, and we shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. And then I saw him at another one. And then I saw him at another one. And on the third one, he gave me his card. And it said all the pertinent information, and it had my name on the back, my government name. And he said, if you get into trouble, use this. And I realized that he had been attending all the hip-hop shows and all the concerts and things as we celebrated Hip Hop 50. So when I'm driving and there's an officer behind me, you see the officer and you slow down or you do the right moves and make sure you don't speed or whatever. I think that hip-hop has lost sight that we are still in the crosshairs. We are still targeted unfairly. We are still being looked at. And the things that we used to take, that used to be in our DNA, I think we've lost track of that. I think we knew this innately after the civil rights movement, after even Big and Pac. You know, we knew that Pac was being followed every step of his career. And we have to, again, like David said, we've got to teach this to our young people. And back in the day, we had black executives at these companies. We had folks in leadership positions on a corporate level who did artist development, or they may have different checks and different balances even within the culture. And now we don't necessarily have that. We have social media. We have a true digital Wild Wild West environment, and we have got to get back to some really core common sense values and understanding that we're still being targeted. And that's not likely to stop anytime soon.
And, you know, as we're talking about being targeted and we're talking about financial literacy, and we're talking about what's happening now with streaming, I want to read DJ Scratch had wrote on his page. He got 496,000 streams for the year, and he said almost 500,000 people stream my single. They'll pay me around $1,500. Right, so that's the numbers that you see with that. And so what are some things, because I feel like this is something that everybody's been addressing. You know, we all got the end of the year, like what we've been watching and listening to on YouTube, what we've been listening to on Spotify. but the artists are not being compensated fairly for all these streams. And so this is something that is newer, but what are some things that have to start to happen now to push back against these corporations, because artists are not being compensated? And we have AI, which that's going to be a whole new thing that's going to happen with people's intellectual properties. So this is something that we have to really be very cognizant of and aggressive about now. So what are some things that can be done?
Well, we had this conversation backstage a little bit. We have billionaires in hip hop. We have very powerful people right now. Now, again, it's not as simple as just collecting your coins together or your systems, but I do think that there has to be some sort of conversation around the power inequities, as well as developing systems within our own culture and making those actualized in real life. And again, it's easy for me to say that because I'm not one of those people, and I don't understand perhaps what it takes once you get up to that billionaire status, when you start messing with Spotify's money or you start messing with YouTube's money, what that translates into. But I do think we have to hold the line, and that's a term that I learned from an individual, and I think that at some point we have to learn to hold the line. Your turn.
All right. This is the truth. I say this all the time to people. Until we understand this, it'll never change. White supremacy pays. If you go along with the system, it pays. So we're going to have to show these children and show artists that it pays to do the right thing. Instead of guilt tripping and tell people you should do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, that does not work.
Yeah.
When I go and lecture to these kids, I'll ask the teachers, if you had a choice between selling dope and working at McDonald's, which one would you do? And the kids say, and the teachers would say, working at McDonald's. You're a damn lie, and that's why these kids don't listen to you. If these kids stand out on the corner and they have some good dope, it's going to sell. If they go to college, what they are going to have is a bill. It's not promised to them that they're going to do well. And until we stop acting like this system is broken and that it doesn't compensate people for doing the wrong thing, these kids are going to do what it takes in order. They tell you all the time, I'm going after the bag. Well, what if the bag meant supporting your community or being a teacher? Why are teachers broke? I don't understand that, and then wonder why the educational system is broken. Can I give y'all an example of something? When I said make them girls get down on the floor like a pimp, I made millions of dollars. Watch this and watch how uncomfortable some people get. You ready? Since this is about Hip Hop 50. They gave us Obama-like it was gonna stop the fight, like it was gonna stop the cause. My folks still scraping, trying to find them some socks and drawers and something to eat. The IRS is coming, so I'm back on these beats. Barack pushed hope, Reagan pushed dope, Clinton pushed something down a young gal's. And since we talking about throats, white folks, what you know about ropes? White folks, what you know about trees and men swinging from them that look like me? How they say that don't affect us. Tuskegee, how you let them infect us? Okay, you want kids to rap, but if they rap like that, they broke. So before you judge the community, and I want to say one other thing, something I always notice, I was like, bro, I eat very healthy. Why don't healthy companies and water companies don't come and give the same type of promotional deals that's selling alcohol to my community or selling something that will keep us sick? But the thing that I will tell you, it's on you. It's on the general public. It's not on the artists. The artists are going to follow whatever you all demand. And if you demand sickness, they're going to continue to spew sickness.
All right. Yes. All we have to do now is just say amen. David, thank you for your authentic poetry, for your commitment to the craft that transforms the way people think. If you transfer the way people think, you will transform the way people act. And I believe that our society here in America, as well as the global, but particularly in America, that considers itself the richest, the most technological advanced nation in the world. But yet, there's a tendency now to go backwards, not forward. And going backwards means, yeah, you're going to start not only censoring hip-hop, locking up rappers, but on the other end, you see mass exploitation of people rather than mass empowerment of people. In a lot of our major cities, you in Brooklyn, you know the gentrification is going on in all of our places. Where we used to live, we can't afford to live there now. You know, been pushed out. So why am I bringing these up to a hip-hop discussion? Because again, our culture, our songs, what we meditate about, what makes us happy, what gives us joy, has to be about not only learning the finance and not only learning the economic development, but how we are committed to one another. Mm-hmm. You know, how we forge unity to achieve a sense of purpose. Mm-hmm. You remember when there was this whole thing about East-West conflict between the artists. And we found out that the conflict was artificial, you know, where East Coast artists could go to the West Coast and do well, or West Coast artists could come to the East Coast and do well. But it had to defy what was being put in place. So my simple point is this. We have nothing but more opportunity today not to repeat the past, but learn from the past. And as we learn from the past, we can keep pushing forward. I didn't come here tonight to be a pessimist. I didn't come here tonight to make you think that the situation is hopeless. It is not hopeless. We are a blessed people. We're not cursed people. Mm-hmm. But we have to understand our blessings. We have to understand the creative genius that has been deported and parted and paused out among amazing people. We're not the only creative people in the world, but sometimes our particular creativity gets criminalized, gets demonized, gets put down, and sometimes even snuffed out before it is allowed to glow. So we got work to do. And I just want to thank, again, John Hope Bryan for allowing this great conference to have this aspect, Angela, because to me, how our young people think is eventually how they will become.
Right. And we are definitely talking about hip-hop being 50 years old, and everybody on this stage has been a part of hip-hop for so long. And by the way, since you brought up the working out you've been doing, the water you've been drinking, right? Look at how amazing everybody up here looks.
Thank you.
And the fact that we have all been still able to, I know there's ups and downs, but be in this business still, producing, you know, making movies, doing music, going back to school, doing that work, and that allhiphop.com still exists. Chuck, that you and Greg, who have started that, are still together 25 years later.
Yeah. Thank you. And can I say something about you, for your strength, for you being able to stand up on your own? I know it's not easy. One of the things that people don't talk about, sister, is that our mistakes, we have to live through them in public. And for you to stand and be successful, it's different to stand when stuff starts going bad. But you stood in a time when you were at the top of the game. And for you to stand and continue and fight your way through, I know that you are here to talk to us, but I want to also honor you, and you are part of hip-hop too.
But honestly, like it is, and you're right, it is such a blessing for us because hip hop is something that people thought wasn't going to be around, that it wasn't going to last, that people wouldn't be able to monetize, and to see where we've come and the opportunities that we have And, you know, it's way up, just like my show. And so I just feel, you know, that we definitely want to make sure that we celebrate that, but we are still just talking about a lot of things that we need to make sure that we're aware of. And I think this was a great opportunity for us to have this open discussion, which is what I really wanted, but to also celebrate 50 years.
Yes.
Absolutely. And before I know we're in Atlanta, I just want to give a shout out to T.I. He just opened up a housing development.
Yes.
And even though he opened up a housing development, it got very little press. It got very little media coverage. But if he went out and stuck up somebody, that would have been on the front page. So we got to make sure that when an artist does go back, you know, the theme of the Hip Hop Summit Action Network was taking back responsibility. And I was so pleased to see brothers and sisters of all ages in the culture give something back to those communities from which they emerge. In fact, this is a factual statistic. Hip-hop artists, recording artists, give back to their community more than all the other genres of music put together. But they're not giving credit for their benevolence. They're not giving credit for reaching back and giving back to the community. And we certainly should do that.
Well, listen, hip hop is 50. Chuck and I are tired. We said that back then. We were like, it's getting late. But no, thank you guys so much. And again, thank you to Chairman John Hope Bryant for having this summit. I was here last year. I know I'll be back again next year. So let's continue to enjoy the rest. I think we have more things happening tonight, right?
Yeah, can I tell you one more thing?
Performance.
One more thing?
Okay, a performance. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you guys.
All right.
All right. Give it up for this amazing panel right here. Turn to the First Baptist of Hope Global Forums out here. And Bishop Anna, out there preaching. Y'all can do better than that. Clap it up for them one more time. And clap it again for 50 years of hip hop. But listen, we are not done yet. We have an incredible live performance in just a few minutes. But while we're setting up for that next performance, please check out this amazing Hope Original mini documentary. Take a look at the screen.
So, what was the first hip hop song, or your first introduction to hip hop?
Oh man, I predate hip hop to rap. Hip hop, hip hop. You don't stop the rock to the bang bang boogie, to the up the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to the beat. Now what you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to the beat. Now me, you, and my friends are gonna try to move my feet. Now I am Wonder Mike, and I like to say hello. To the black, to the white, the red, and the brown, the purple, and yellow. But first we gotta bang bang the boogie, the boogie, up, boogie. You get it.
I'm tired of folks, you know what I'm saying? Them closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody wanna hear it, but it's like this the South got something to say, that's all I got to say.
The whole thing of 50 years of hip hop as a celebration started with a way to communicate our frustrations or our pain as a culture. And then to translate that into purpose for people also bridges back to, and I think needs to root now into original source of a lot of this, which is not just money but meaning. And without the civil rights movement having the agency of those who had a voice in popular culture, making Dr. King cool and sexy in the minds of young people, making the mission sexy and making him cool, then he would have just been a nice pastor who was charismatic in the South. But it was the media that made this meaningful. What we're missing now is that reconnection of hip hop and rap music business back to something that is rooted in something real. And I believe that there's an opportunity as we celebrate 50 years to also think about living in something larger and more important than ourselves. It's not just a Mercedes, it's me. It's not just a Bentley or a Rolls Royce. It's standing for something larger and more important than ourselves. And I think that will cause the music to get rebirthed again in a new software grade in a way that makes it even more valuable. That is, it's affected like civil rights and social justice and what I call silver rights. It's affected not just black people, it's by extension affected. I mean, it's something that's global now. And as I've already said, our genre of music has affected and created, in some cases, all other genres of music. But all that stuff has greater efficacy, greater agency when it's rooted into something that is purposeful and meaningful. I'm very hopeful that what I'm seeing right now, right literally in my midst from week to week, is literally a rebirth of thought and thought leaders. Thinking about Jay-Z's album 444, it is a financial literacy album. He talks about what's more impressive than a strip club, credit. He talks about losing out investments in Brooklyn, passing out art to his children. And that's what I want for hip hop. I want them to own their product. I want them to stop just being the entertainment that wealthy people and captains of industry turn on the TV when they get home at 6 o'clock at night after they do what they think is the important stuff, watching us either play basketball or football or sing, entertaining them. There's nothing wrong with entertainment, but we're more than that. We can own. We should own our message, own our music, own our publishing rights. We should own our meaning, our mission, and we should magnify it. And that's what I want for the turning point for the 50th anniversary of hip hop. Is another 50 years of meaning to match the moment.
Clap it up for that documentary right there. Okay, Atlanta, are you ready to be entertained? Please sit back and enjoy this amazing artist who's about to come to the stage. They're incredibly talented. Make some noise again for Buddy Red.
Do your thing, man. How y'all doing, man? I'm gonna go ahead and set up a little bit, and I'll be right back. I'm not that good of a talker like the rest of these fine ladies and gentlemen who spoke today, so I'm just gonna let my guitar speak a little bit. You can call me Buddy, or you can call me Buddy Red. It doesn't make me any difference. Betty Lou, where are you? I wonder if long ago you were looking for me too. And Susie Lee, man, where you be? Don't tell me your love I missed, I need a time machine. And Sarah Lynn and came and went. Would have loved to kiss me, I guess I'll see you again. And the maiden went away. She done found a man, I'm 16 years too late. 1958. 1950. Stop looking, baby, I'ma come and find you. It's Susie Lee. I'ma hop my little time machine and then you'll see me. It's Sarah Lynn. I had a man. Oh, we would have been great, baby. In 1958. My heart's in 1958. My love's in 1958. My girl's in 1950. Thank you. That one was 1958. You can find it under Buddy Red, under any streaming platform. And this next one is When I Dream. Once upon a time at a coffee shop way on down the street sits a little girl and a boy whose heart is weak. They never spoke much about together what they could be, but poor little boy, he's on the verge of falling to his knees. She walks through her day from the time that she wakes up, and of her sweet, sweet voice he can't get enough. She wears a pretty frown as she longs for the beach, and of course she does. He thought a mermaid she seemed to be. With a tilt of her head, she asks, is something wrong? For at the face of an angel, he stared for much too long. I'm all right, he said, just a matter of time. I'm just thinking, I've kind of had a lot on my mind. With a touch of his hand, I understand she said that it was true. Truth be told, baby, I kind of had a lot on my mind too. She said, you're not hard to read. I have eyes when we talk, and in your eyes I see a lover's heart. She said, I wouldn't ask this question if I didn't think that I already knew. But baby, do you think about me just as much as I think about you? He said, when I dream, I don't see what can be. No endless flights over endless seas. The birds don't sing from purple trees, and starships and comets, they never fly beyond reach. As I drift off to sleep and my mind breaks no rule, I can't imagine a silver blue flame that cools. The fork made of gold doesn't run off with the spoon, and baby, the ordinary cow doesn't jump over the moon. As I wake and go about my day, I don't think about school. The sky remains the same as the people and places do. Because even when my night dreams turn to day and my mind runs aloof, baby, I still only dream of you. Thank you. That one. That's When I Dream. You can find it on all streaming platforms under Buddy Red, but it's my last one. It's my next single. I hope you like it. Yeah, I got a feeling, baby. I got a feeling things gonna change. Yeah, there was a man at the bar I was gigging, and he heard how I played. He said, the world will love you. You got that kind of sound. He says, I can make the whole world hear you, but first you gotta leave this town. I see how you're looking, baby. I swear I ain't talking smack. I'ma leave town, make some money for the both of us, and I'ma be right back. Do you believe me, baby? Do you believe the words I say? got a feeling, baby, I got a feeling things gon' change. Yeah, I got $1 million and a name, once the world heard me play. I'm writing this letter from New York City, I'm in a penthouse studio. I'm writing this letter from Los Angeles, I come and go. I know what you're thinking, baby, don't you worry, I still love you, but I got 100 little girls and that grandmother that love me too. Would you leave me, baby? Would you leave me or would you stay? So much. Night's not over yet. It's not over yet. I got a special guest I want to bring out. Mr. Timothy Bloom, man, where you at? Come on with it.
You know what? I'm not going to sit here and play around no games. I just want to come in here and show some love. I'm going to say this one more time. Can y'all hear me? I'm not here to play nobody games. I'm going to come in, show face, in and out. Is that all right with y'all? Y'all give it up for Bud, though. I can't even play like him. Like, he made me nervous. Yeah, come on now. Stop playing with him. In the concrete jungle, I like to play. Danger all around me, where is my prey? There ain't no real love feelings for my fortune. Protect your heart and mind, and we'll see. Snakes get you. Oh, she's my diamond in the rough, safely put away in my pretty piggy bank. Oh, my diamond is sparkled in my eye, worth more to me than any money could buy. Oh, my diamond, my diamond, my diamond, 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 she's my diamond. Y'all okay? Oh, my diamond, my diamond, my diamond, 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 my diamond. Oh. love. See what I found means more to me. To give it up, so shine low, shine low. All right, let me do this before my manager just be like, "You taking too long." Shine low, ooh, shine low, yeah. There's an angel in the sky that takes you on the high, taking you higher. Takes you on a high, taking you higher. Ooh, shine on, shine, na 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 na. Shine on, shine on. I'm done. Can look you in the eye. You're like an angel. Y'all know the song? Your skin is a cry. You flow like a feather. You forward. I wish I was special, so special. I'm a creep, I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I'm sorry. My bad. I didn't mean to say hell. I know some church folks in here. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I'm a creep. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? No, I don't belong here. Y'all know who I am? All right, I'm about to find out. I know this is like off schedule. I know this is a little off schedule. Y'all can hear me now. All right. I have a song called Till the End of Time. What? All right, so I have a friend of mine that is going to do this song with me. Donja, is she around? Is Donja around?
Hello.
Y'all good up and down here?
Hey, y'all.
All right, so look, this is unexpected. She probably was like, no, that's not in the schedule, Timothy. Like, what you doing? You moving too fast. And I'm going to move fast because I want to get in and out so y'all can have a good time. You understand what I'm saying? All right. You ready?
I'm ready.
It's our first time doing this. Y'all ready for it? Y'all show? Oh, if I should die tomorrow, oh, please let there be light. Oh, no need for sorrow. Let's just make love until the morning light. I want you to remember me. I want you to remember me. Lean on my legacy until the end of time. Yeah. La 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 la
Till the time, boy, put it inside of me. Go ahead and let your heart see until the end of time. And if you should die tomorrow, then you will live on inside of me. Oh, ooh. I'll lean on your legacy, baby, until the end of time.
la 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 until time. Oh, baby, I don't know what tomorrow holds.
Oh, 'cause I know you won't leave this world alone.
Let's make it official. We can make this house a home.
Forever and ever and on the end of time. Oh, la 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 until the time.
All right, so look, no, so this is just, whoa.
Thank you.
Y'all have to participate. Are y'all ready for that? All right, so it's really simple, easy, in and out. We're not going to take too long. It goes like this. La, 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 la. La, 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 until the time. All right, can y'all do that? You ready? You sure? Yeah. Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
La 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 until the time. La 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 la. Okay. La 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 la. Until the time.
Yeah, until the time.
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 Thank you.
Hey. Yes. Come on, y'all can do better than that. Come on, y'all, make some noise for them. La 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 to the end of time. Hey, come on now. Don't get me started now. I'll come here and sing with you. Thank you, everyone, so much for this amazing night. Again, let's give it up for Buddy Red and Timothy Bloom. Listen, that is it for tonight. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow for the whole Global Forums annual meeting. Again, I'm your host of the night, Kyle on the night. Look, not Kyle tonight. Kyle on the mic, wishing you a good night. Be safe, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out.